Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Back at 5:45 again. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of getting reset on my old schedule with the with the break from trial, but it's okay. It's just an early morning, right? It's nothing we haven't all dealt with many times over the course of life. Well, gosh, it feels like it's been such a long time since we've seen this trial that I had to kind of go back over my notes to remind myself where we are, because I'm still not entirely sure where we're going. Uh, it's continuing to be a big mystery why we haven't heard anything yet about proof that Karen Reed hit John with the car. But it does look like we're finally getting there. Still got a little bit less than half of the witnesses to go, over 30 on the list still. Of course, no guarantee that every single one of those is going to be called. But nevertheless, it's still a pretty big chunk of the Commonwealth's case still to come. And so it does look like finally, at long last, we're getting into whatever it is that the Commonwealth has for a technical case, a forensic case. A lot of state troopers on the list, crime lab people, some private DNA lab. I see a couple witnesses from there. So we started a little of that last week with the retrograde extrapolation. This was kind of the preview of where the forensics are going to take us. And I have to say, so far, it did not impress me. It did not impress me. There's just so much wiggle room in these calculations anyway. And then when you expand them over the kind of time frame that we're talking about here, many hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, something like that, the variance, it gets magnified, right? The longer time period you're building in, just the wiggle room gets expanded. So this massive range of BAC, even under the best case scenario, which the guy from the crime lab, I have to say, he might be my favorite crime lab witness I've ever seen. I mean, in real life, on TV, everything. I loved that guy. He was so accommodating. I mean, one of the big complaints about forensic science in this day and age is that in many cases, and Massachusetts appears to be no exception to that, forensics are run by law enforcement. They're a branch of often the state police, as it is in Massachusetts. That's how it is in Washington as well. It's our Washington State Patrol Crime Lab. So you have this natural affiliation with law enforcement, combined with the fact that law enforcement is who you're dealing with. That's who makes your requests. That's who you communicate with about what you're trying to accomplish, the testing results, things like that. And so that naturally builds some bias into the system. If you're kind of a normal person, you want to give people good news. You don't want to give people bad news. And so when you know that nice detective you've been talking to on the phone just really badly wants this result to go a particular way, it's really critical to his case, you really want to give him that result. And so it just builds in an unfortunate incentive to skew things in that direction. This guy was a great example of that not happening. I mean, he was very willing to concede points the defense was making about the limitations of this type of calculation. Perfectly conceded. Yeah, people can fall out of the average, no problem at all. Then this math, it wouldn't even begin to work. I've never seen that. Honestly, I've never seen somebody from a crime lab just so accommodating, so willing to say, yeah, my work could be entirely meaningless and there's really no way to know. Pretty amazing stuff. So if that's what we can anticipate from the technical case that the Commonwealth has, I'm not expecting to be overwhelmed. I'm really not. But, you know, I'll keep an open mind. It remains to be seen. We'll see what they have. But I will tell you, it's going to be hard to overcome the taint problem, the contamination problem that they created when they have blood in red Solo cups in a shopping bag that they are opening up in that Sally port right behind that bumper where we might want to know if John had blood on that bumper. Well, you know, you've created a big chain of custody problem now, because you've got too much of your evidence exposed to your other evidence, and now I can't have confidence that if there's blood or DNA on that bumper, that it's from the accident and it's not from you guys messing around back there, albeit with your gloves on. Very important detail that you're inspecting the shopping bag and the Solo cups with the bioevidence. Very important you have your gloves on under that set of circumstances. So it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. And we're going to need to see some pretty good evidence of the injuries, pretty good theory of how this adds up to a car accident. Show me how it happened. Show me how it happened. Show me the evidence that it left on John. Show me the evidence it left on Karen's car. And then maybe we'll have something. But so far, yeah, just a lot of shady people. A lot of shady people saying a lot of shady stuff, doing a lot of shady things. So one of the things I did learn a little bit about over the break that I found alarming, because this is part of a bigger pattern that I'm certainly aware of. I've been aware of it, obviously in the Johnny Depp trial, obviously in Brian Kohberger, but just maybe it's just more pervasive. I keep wanting it to be the exception and rather the rule, but that's the media. The media reporting on this case. I learned about the media reporting in this case because remember, I'm a newcomer. I didn't follow this thing from day one, and probably not a lot of people who aren't from the area did. You know, to most people, this is probably just a run-of-the-mill case until it gets this national profile, these allegations of a cover-up. You know, police are involved, very salacious. You have Alan Jackson, a celebrity attorney, getting involved. Yeah, that's going to get a much broader audience on the case. But back when it's first starting, it's not what you have, and that's not really what you're going to expect under the circumstances. It's just a normal small town. Police officers, you know, found dead, and they have a fairly straightforward explanation for why it is. But what I didn't know that the early reports were reporting that they had it on camera. I didn't know that. And so I went back and read some of those. I saw it just being discussed online. And so I looked at some of those early news reports, and yeah, they did. And they used this very slippery kind of wording, you know, this very, very cute wording where they're not coming out and explicitly saying, police told us they have Karen Read on camera committing the crime. But it's just very strongly implied. Very strongly implied. Police said that they had statements and Ring camera video, and Karen Read's been charged with it. So, something along those lines. It's so disturbing to me to see the media disinformation around criminal cases. I mean, yes, it alarmed me with Depp v. Heard, certainly, not a criminal case. But I kind of understood it in that situation. I understood this is one of the biggest celebrities in the world. This is at the heart of a political movement, you know, the Believe All Liars movement, which is, you know, what it really was. It's not about believing women. Women are perfectly believable a lot of the time. It's really about you need to believe the liars and whatever they tell you without any question. So I understood there's a narrative. There's a narrative to support here. I'm not under any illusions about that. Certainly with like big national mainstream media, New York Times, Washington Post, places like that. Wasn't it? It was like during the Obama administration when the New York Times' editorial policy came out, and they're specifically talking about narrative being kind of more important than fact. Like, we're not just reporting just the facts anymore. They need to take us in a particular direction, and we're going to decide what we report and how we report it in order to further narrative. It's alarming stuff from what's supposed to be reporting, a reporting outlet. You're not supposed to be coloring it. That's, journalism 101, at least it was when I was growing up. So I expected a lot of that in the Johnny Depp case, just because it was so big. There were so many narratives involved. He's such a big celebrity, and it was a hot issue at the time, right? The domestic violence, believe women, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't expect it. I don't expect it in criminal cases. I really don't. Most criminal cases, they don't have those things in common. They're not involving celebrities. They're fairly local. They're not implicating big political issues, big movements, things like that. Again, of course, there's always going to be exceptions, high profile police shootings, things like that. But you're just your normal kind of everyday run of the mill crime. I don't get what the incentive is for the media to distort it. And certainly not when you get down into local outlets reporting on local stories. And so what it seems pretty clear is happening in these situations is they're simply being used, they're being fed bad information by law enforcement or people who are claiming to be actors on behalf of law enforcement. At least that's what seems to be the case with Karen Reed. And that certainly has been the case with Brian Kohberger. So much attribution of bad information to anonymous law enforcement sources close to the investigation. These unnamed shadows that are muddying the waters and poisoning the well, putting all this stuff out there that turns out not to be true. And it works. That's what's extremely alarming about it, is how effective it is, how well it works, because I saw so many comments about people people like local people from Massachusetts who saw this coverage from the very beginning and saw that. They understood, they have Karen Reed on video committing the crime. Of course she's guilty. And so they have been having their eyes opened, going through this trial process and realizing it's not true. None of it's true. They don't have her on camera. They never had her on camera. If they had her on camera, we probably wouldn't be having this trial. What would be the point? What would be the point? I guess you'd be arguing intent, but we'd be able to see for ourselves on camera what happened. What did she do? How did the accident happen? Does it look like something that happened intentionally? Does it not? That's a big gamble to go to trial on. If you're getting a plea offer, just go ahead and plead to the manslaughter. Take your 7 to 10 years, be on your way. That would be a big gamble. So yeah, it works. People saw the news coverage, believed that she's guilty, and are only now starting to become aware that it wasn't true. None of it was true. It's a little bit trite to point out today how law enforcement is trained to lie. And again, I want to qualify. I'm not saying all cops are liars, nothing like that. Certainly there are honest people in the force. But it is an important part of many of the investigative techniques. Lying to people it's literally there in the Reid technique, this interrogation technique I've talked about before, that for decades, at least a couple decades, this was the gold standard, how police are trained to conduct interrogations. And it starts from a perspective of assuming guilt and treating somebody basically accordingly. Big part of that technique is you lie to them. You lie to the suspect about what information you have, what you know. And the theory behind it is great. If they're guilty and they think I already know that, they'll go ahead and just give it up. They'll think they're caught, so there's no point in continuing the pretense of innocence. But the problem is when you're not guilty and they're telling you all this stuff and it doesn't make any sense and you're starting to wonder, am I going crazy? Am I the one? I trust these people. People trust the police still. I trust these people. How could they have this stuff? Maybe I did do it. Maybe I did do it. And that's how you get false confessions. So that's been one of the big criticisms of the Reid technique. I've read that there are other jurisdictions, other countries where that is not allowed. It's flatly not allowed in the law for police to lie in an interrogation. But in the U.S., that is not the case. The law allows it. Doesn't shock the conscience, doesn't violate due process. It's just an investigative technique that they're allowed to use. I'd like to hope that's one of those old rulings that now that we know a little bit more about the downstream consequences of this kind of policy, maybe that will change. I don't know. But it troubles me just because, if nothing else, lying and honesty, these are habitual practices. They are things that can, you can build up. You can build up a tendency to be honest. You can build up a tendency to be a liar. And so if people who are in law enforcement are normally honest people, then it's a little bit disturbing to be kind of transforming them into people that are not, into people that are lying, are willing to be dishonest, because it just, you once you open that box, you can't necessarily control where it goes. If you're allowed to lie in interrogations, why aren't you allowed to lie to the press?
And refrain from
it sounds like Judge Bev is back.
With anyone since we left here
Let's
last
go ahead and pull it up.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions?
We don't have video
and refrain
yet.
from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last here? No. Everyone said no issue. Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only part of the exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses that are under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Then based solely on that question and answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're listening to testimony. All right, Mr. Lally, who's your first witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
What a strange instruction. He's just advising the jury about facts not in evidence. The questions aren't evidence. Whose question? Who is this in response to? Who asked for this instruction? Is this more nitpicking on the defense? You don't like their questions? You think they're loaded? Very, very bizarre.
Shall we the evidence be the court and jury in the case and everything, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
All right, who do we have here? Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara of the Massachusetts State Police, is that what they said?
Forgive me, Your Honor.
Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
So Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
And how many employees, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years,
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
CERT.
And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are?
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
Now, generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long how long have you been assigned to that particular unit?
Since 2014.
Now, were you working with that unit on January 29, 2020?
Yes, I was, sir.
And at some point in the afternoon on that day, we were contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully of the state.
Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call.
Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him, or were you familiar with what units he supervises?
Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit.
Now, if you could describe to the jury sort of the process by which your particular unit is activated. Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Lally is talking into a tin
Normally
can
we'll
or
receive
something.
a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. We had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
Well, how officially
That
bureaucratic.
initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
18 to 20.
And as far as that initial phone call with Lieutenant Tully, as far as what was described to you as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, you can say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation in the town of Canton, and he was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process, looking out my own window. I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on a response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was clear, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45 because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
And as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who was to respond and how you were able to sort of pull together the body to respond?
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
This guy has memorized all the
And
times in his
where
report.
was it that you were
2:53,
told
3:48.
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I stated, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56, so it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location in Canton, about how, absent sort of weather, how long a drive was that going?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of the unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, again, after we initially started 8, which should kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, I think anyone else preceded your arrival? Who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us?
Yes, sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's Beausole.
Beau soleil.
Thank you.
Très français.
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, and where was Trooper Bousselet in relation to the house?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of, and as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house that you see outside the house at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses.
Doesn't matter. It's 9 hours after you cleared the scene.
Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. That was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider two front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door and a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and he walked back inside the house.
Now, as far as mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were at, what if anything did you know to observe in regards to the roadway and sort of how it had been treated with plow prior to the plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on scene around 5, at some point did he, what if anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, had you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we
You'd
really
wait.
needed to.
You'd secure it and wait.
As far as the search that your team does, if you could, was it typical or non-typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by someone else from the state?
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of, I guess, sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things of that?
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as
That's an
far as
academy
your
problem.
Training is concerned as it relates to this particular search. What if any, sort of methodical approach did you develop, or what did you employ in this particular?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big an area was it that you initially sort of set out to search?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snow drift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the
So right where
information
John had
received
been.
prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what if anything was given you in relation to that?
Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also
Oh, he
stated the
did?
victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if he knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to rank certain items. Can you describe to the jury sort of the process and what kind of tools or implements you use and sort of how that sort of.
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, use his headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
As you mentioned, sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you were still on scene?
Yes, sir.
So they had the entire day, they could have done it,
And
they waited until it was dark.
With ambient lighting or street lighting in that area, as far as the call.
Nothing that really helped the search.
So the area that you were searching was in the area of the fire hydrant, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with shovels and the other different implements to sort of sift through the snow, where was your focus as far as the street versus the front wall?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
So you're on the snowbank, the drift.
Along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point that you, through the course of sort of shoveling and the removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front lawn?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn, yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you encounter when you got to sort of grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we had cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
Now, you referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow at the end of the street. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation of the scene. Is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you would consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind the line and kind of document our efforts, but because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line, and we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And so to that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present during the course of that?
I believe there was 5 other members. I believe there were only two that I recognize from the state police. So I'm not sure who the other three, what they were Canton detectives or Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in civil, plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully,
Yes, they were, sir.
and the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone sort of touching them or using them or placing them, other than those sort of related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidentiary value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you had set?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic, taillight that you covered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that day?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small, or did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what, if any, other items did were located?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to pieces of clear and red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that was being dug through, and by that, where were they in relation to the ground?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
Sure. With reference to each of the items of evidence that you've been talking about, whether it be sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to the snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching beyond snowdrifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding these items?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh, undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
Now, as far as
All
this
fresh
sort of
snow
being
where
sort of
all these people had parked and
you
stomped
mentioned there's some
around
sort of,
and carried John
line
out
that's
to an
set up, is that
ambulance.
right?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up, what were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in their shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from sort of one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area, what was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably maybe 18 inches of snow.
No, it was not 18 inches.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, about
Come
how
on.
long a period of time was it that you were on scene as far as searching, and how long the process was done?
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search, we moved Trooper Boussalet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
As far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet, without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time.
I bet he was.
And we decided to suspend the search.
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with the weather conditions and everything that had gone on, located that one, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of continuation of the search that's clear?
I told Lieutenant Tully, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said, if you want us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
In a couple days after the plows have moved all this stuff
You
around
mentioned,
even more,
troopers
we'll come back and look.
or you received information that they were following a vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor in the area of critical care during the entire time? Okay.
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you had mentioned around, they were not, right?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we've continued to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continued the search.
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
And is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document this?
We had one of our members use a handheld GPS, which we use a Garmin 64ST, and he marked each item we found. which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe during that process as far as mapping is concerned, as to how global positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to give you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, 3 pieces of the tail light, but as he was marking those items on his GPS, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if you were to mark all the pieces we located.
So with respect to the 3 pieces of taillight that were marked on the diagram, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Already ready with the photos, Mr. Yannetti is. Or is he reviewing the Commonwealth's? We got like 30 pictures of snow coming, I see. 18 inches. No, not buying it at all. Not buying it at all.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs.
24
Briefly,
photos.
I'm going to ask you in a moment if you recognize. Do you recognize what's in those photographs, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mark, may we approach briefly?
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, she needs to have her attention on the right, I'm sorry.
Time for a little morning stretch. The court reporter does her thing. Because we desperately need all 24 of those photos, I'm sure. I'm sure. Not going to be anything duplicative here. I'm not buying it was fresh snow up to the curb. We saw like 15 people on that scene, tramping around that area, parking cars in that area. Fresh snow is where you found the taillight? Maybe fresh snow on top of packed snow.
Jimmy.
Bev wants to jump over the bench and strangle her. And somehow this is all the defense's fault. Look at her backseat driving there. Look at that. Just dying to get her hands in and do it herself.
I have it for the 2011 through 2034.
Jurors, it's very important that we keep our records straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this.
Yeah, there we have
Take
it.
up any
Defense
extra time.
counsel's fault.
All right,
They
do you
didn't
need those photos
cooperate.
back, Mr. Lally?
What bullshit.
Maybe your thoughts on that, Nora, briefly?
All right.
I mean, they just can't win. They just can't win with her. There is nothing they can do. When they were pre-marking stuff, she didn't like that. She wasn't satisfied with that. We had to go in and redo it all. So now they're doing it her way, and she's chastising them because she wants it done differently now. I mean, this has just been par for the course. This is a mind reading exercise with this judge. You're supposed to guess at any particular point in time what it is that she wants from you. I do have a suspicion as this trial has gone on, and I've kind of gotten a little bit more of a sense of how things are playing together. The whole not stating the basis for the objection I've talked about that from the appeal standpoint, but I also realize she just doesn't count on Mr. Lally to get it right. She doesn't want to have to rule on a specific objection from him because I don't think he would pick the right one. And she wants to just give the ruling that she thinks is appropriate.
What's just been marked as those exhibits, sure.
Yes.
Approach the witness room.
Yes.
What you have before you is laser pointers on that point, it's really hiring when actually to.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, let's go with this. On that. So Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Oh, hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe to the jury, and if you, using that laser pointer, what if anything is significant to the purpose?
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
Right on top of
And
this
sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out.
packed snow.
Now, as far as when you're conducting the search and when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes, because of the air conditioning, so you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
As far as the wind was concerned, what if any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on top.
Look at it sitting right there on top.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you're at?
No.
Yes, it is.
This is sort of a different perspective of.
After
the same
hours and hours
area
of
that you
snow.
talked about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph, 113. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Yes, it is.
We're going to have so much to say about this at the break.
Piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up with one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
I just want that.
Yeah. So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you.
What you said?
Yes, please.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
And the next photograph is still in.
That looks pretty compacted and
This
set there in
particular
that
piece, is this one of the
snow.
larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length, size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it? How big it was?
It gets a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
So where is your
Let's go ahead and
grid
have the next photograph.
in these photos? Where's your grid that you described?
And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is your critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far apart, you will miss that. A lot of times before searches, we will take an item of similar sized item that we're looking for, and we'll space out. Because this was such a condensed search area, we just had the team members stand almost shoulder to shoulder as they search through the area.
And the next photograph is shown. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photo.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
So that's the
And as far as
curb right there.
area, the curbing that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Again, I'm sorry, using the laser.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curving right here.
The next photograph is shown. So similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe in that photograph? What do we look at?
That's a closer photo of the sneaker. Sneaker's in the bottom, right down here.
The next photograph. And again, what, if anything, are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo.
Sitting on top
And
of
this would be
about
the
an inch
curbing
of
right
fresh
here.
snow.
And the sneaker, as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is shown. Or the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And is that fixed sort of in relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in the testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curving right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph is shown. And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Or how it appeared when it was discovered?
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is shown. Next photograph is shown. And sir, in this photograph, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is at 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This would be, might be difficult for them to see, but this is
Go
a
lay down.
clear piece of the taillight right here.
And the next photograph is shown. And again, sir, what is depicted in this, exhibit 1.6?
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, did that sort of the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
The next photograph, 127. What, anything we're looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
The next photograph is exhibit 128. Sir, if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
Next photograph, 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, is significant to your jury.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of tail light than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph 131. What, if anything, is depicted in exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
And the next exhibit 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 132?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of taillight right here located on the ground.
The next exhibit 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 133?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
And lastly, exhibit 134.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
Underneath. Look at that. That's like an inch of fresh snow.
Take a look at those and look up when it's finished.
What's that, sir?
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
What's contained in those diagrams, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon?
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce.
No objection to the maps.
All right, thank you.
Exhibits 135 and 136.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one in each succession to the jury?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have before you is the first diagram, 135. Is that what's up on the screen?
Oh, how precise.
Yes, it is, sir.
You mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well,
sir.
yeah, if
You
that's your
mentioned the
scale.
range of error. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what the range of error is and how that impacts sort of how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions.
So it's showing
would be
all
up to
this stuff
16
on the
feet.
grass, not on the street where we said we found it.
The laser pointer, if you could.
Because it's
direct
their
your
fault?
attention to what if any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular
I've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. Then as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cameron, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you, as you said, 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram, or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration of the search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. And we started closer to almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search began and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area. And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value, is that correct?
Correct. We had gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for, it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was that from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street, so down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, well, let me ask you this. As far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct, so that'd be probability of detection.
And I believe you've referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe?
You're not even going to
jury
try to
sort of
make
what
this
some of
sound
those variables
scientific,
are
like
and-
you
and
did
how it
some
related
math.
to this particular
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline
No.
objective on
Stop.
how well we did search in the area.
Stop.
Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline.
We'll
on what we
grade
think
ourselves on our
percentage-wise we would have
search.
found the objects we're looking
Oh,
for.
my Lord.
Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables.
Instinct.
And really the last two, I think, is
Instinct.
what works best for us, what stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts.
We
just
grade
from
our
the
gut.
experience we have in searching.
Nuts.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you were gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
Wow.
Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It was at my house.
I'm sorry?
It was at my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that time,
Correct,
right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I was not, no.
All right. Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation's concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir, and I did not ask that.
All right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure, no, I understand that, but that wasn't
We
my
know
question.
that
My question was,
you messed
is
it up like that.
important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would Please just
Oh,
respond to my
what my preference would be, sir, yes, I'd prefer that it was secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Ms. Giannetti?
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there, there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of an area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Well, maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 253 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 232 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. They were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
West team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway, so I reached out to a West team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
Okay. And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability of alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
All right. But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions, so as they listen to it, if they missed it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct, sir. We weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That daily journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered into the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
What's in this journal?
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it. Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, "Cert activated en route to Canton."
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
Specifically
It's not a memory, sir.
417.
Our alert for the team to respond is time-stamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out. And that was time-stamped at 3:48.
348, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command. And that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response.
Okay,
So there's several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, you're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we had a pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? I'll skip back to the podium. Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Look at how active his movement is.
Do
He
you
is
deny
just really
that
bouncing in
the
that
personnel status
seat.
report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, whenever they would have been entered into the system, but that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet,
All
sir.
right, but again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier?
Just had those right
Carrier,
at his
correct, sir,
fingertips.
5:41.
He showed up at 5:41 and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well,
You called it that.
I didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34th Avenue?
Correct, sir.
And then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Bousselet moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
When Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's where we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that the victim officer was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right. But in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plain clothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
Right. And there is an entry, well, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you,
Oh
correct?
boy, what
Yes,
are we
sir.
leading up to?
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct,
And
sir.
that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission, and would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. If I could.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't.
not,
Okay.
sir.
All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
So hit and dragged now. How did he get dragged up onto the grass?
All set, sir. Thank you.
I may approach you.
Yes.
But that's how they have to explain those marks on the arm, right?
Lieutenant,
what that's
having
about?
read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right, and did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right. Now, with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir, so I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay.
As opposed
You
to the
also mentioned that,
16-foot
Lieutenant
margin
Tully
of
directed
error.
you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me just a moment. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
All right. And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us
I
where
still didn't see
he
that
believed the
grid.
vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
Yeah, I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes.
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We had never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course. Best practices would include documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best way you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed
I didn't
down
see
the
a
area.
sifter.
Correct.
Oh, we were going to talk about all
Best
this.
practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
Yeah, as evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within a foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January 29th than today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, yes, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area, less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Oh, would have been good if you
Okay,
had done
well,
that, huh?
So is your testimony today that what you testified to in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Allow it. Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not
Which
done.
themselves have a
Sure.
16-foot margin
But
of error.
If your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read, around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Where you're saying 3 feet, I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS markings, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
I'm just asking questions. All right, so with regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Was a clear piece of plastic found a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it. But I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right. And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, and finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found, several feet south?
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay, all right, so we will agree that, one piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No, okay. Now, you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir, they were under snow.
Guys, the heavy breathing might be my
Can I have
dog.
those exhibits, please?
I don't know if that's getting picked up.
Okay, can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't we
Oh,
take,
sure.
why don't we have this be our warning? So we'll take like 15, 20.
All rise for the court, please.
The dog is not in an iron lung. He's just old and tired.
Okay.
So if you continue to hear it during the break, it's probably my dog. Well, okay. I have so many issues with this search, with the documentation of the search, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's because I did archaeology in college, guys. I did a dig. I've been on there. I know how you do it. I know how they set all that stuff up. And this
Hey there,
this
Karen
is not
Reed,
it.
Trial Watchers. This is a
Hey.
law and crime
Sorry,
legal
Jesse,
alert.
I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Yeah, so we did this back in the old days before they had GPS. You didn't use GPS, you used the old theodolite system, which is where you have the big staff. It's got a red thing on it. We called it the staff of Ra, and then there's a laser, a stand with a laser reader. I think they still use it for highway surveying. I still see them out there from time to time. But a lot of it has been replaced by this new GPS stuff. So anyway, it's all based on triangulation. You start with your fixed point, and from your fixed point, you then you have to shoot. You stand there with the staff, and you shoot all of the locations. So you lay out your corners of your area that you're going to be excavating. If you're going to get super detailed, you can lay out, part of your grid as well, basically where your grid is. But if you have the corners and you've got consistent measurements, you don't necessarily need to get that specific, because you'll be able to recreate it. So you decide how big your grid is going to be, right? Each grid is going to be, say, 2 feet by 2 feet, 3 feet by 3 feet, something like that. You literally lay that out on the ground, okay, with stakes and ropes and things like that, so that people know exactly where they are in that grid when you are doing your excavation. And yes, then you start removing things very specific depths. You need to know what layer you're in. In archaeology, it's really important because the layers can deal with geologic time. I mean, you're looking at where potentially a couple of inches can be very significant between, some geologic layer and another geologic layer. So it really matters how deep you go throughout the course of this search. And so, yes, you start gradually removing the soil. You do that very carefully. If you find large objects, you like to excavate them in place. So like Yannetti was talking about, use the hand brushes, the hand tools, things like that. You document, you photograph, you shoot it with the staff of Ra so that you can have it, very specifically on your map, where it is. You document the entire process. The first time you see it, you document it. As you uncover it, you document it. Once you have it where it's, finally uncovered, you document it. When you remove it, you document it. All of that stuff, you keep track of it. Now, a lot of times on an archaeological site, you're looking for things that aren't necessarily going to be that large, like potsherds, small little pieces of pottery, small little pieces of obsidian flakes, tools, things like that. So they aren't things that you're going to expect to just find, you're not going to just uncover them and they're going to be sitting there in the soil. So you go layer by layer and you sift through. Say you're going through 1 inch by 1 inch, okay, over a 2 foot by 2 foot area, It sounds like it's not very much, but it will give you a fair amount of soil just by volume. So you excavate that layer, you run it through a sifter. You will often run it through a series of sifters, right? A 1/4 inch sifter, 3/8, just getting smaller and smaller until you're capturing really, really fine pieces of things. So then you document whatever you find in that layer in the sifter. So in that situation, you don't know exactly where in the grid it would have been found, like where in that grid square it would have been found, but you at least know it's within that grid and you're able to document it that way. So this is just to get archaeological evidence, okay? I mean, does it matter? Yeah, it's important. Knowledge about that type of thing is important, but it ain't solving a crime, okay? It's not important on the level of we need to be able to recreate a specific event based on the information that we're uncovering. You're just generally trying to get a sense of what was happening where and what things are being found in association with other things, right? So if you're finding potsherds and that's also in there with like some, you'll sometimes get like just different soil qualities. You can sometimes find like old, pieces of nut, pieces of grain, things like that, food items. You'll be looking for stuff like that. So you want to see what's in association with the other things because that tells you a little bit more of the story about what's going on in that area. But you're not trying to recreate, like, I need to know that these obsidian pieces were specifically, right here. Like, I need to know that somebody sat here and napped on a flint rock to make a tool. I mean, it's interesting, but you don't necessarily, that's not the critical piece. That's not what you need to know. All you just need to know generally is, yeah, people were making flint tools in this area. So that didn't happen here, did it? None of that happened here. That didn't happen here. I didn't see any sifting. What's this sifting you're telling me about? You're telling me you went out there, you dug through compacted plowed snow with these plastic shovels, and you just somehow managed to uncover pieces. You just managed to uncover those. It's not even clear his description of how this happened. Like the one photograph where he's saying, "Look, here's the shovel tracks." Is he saying you shoveled it out of there and then you dumped the snow out of the shovel upside down right in the same place, and there at the bottom of the shovel is a piece of plastic? Is that what he's trying to say? Because I don't think I'm going to believe that. I just really don't think that I'm going to believe that. You just happen to get the shovel right at the level where the plastic was. Shoveling compacted snow is hard. This is a lot harder than shoveling the fresh stuff. I do consider myself a pretty veteran snow shoveler. It's something I learned in Tahoe, something I have carried forward into my my current life, because I learned you must keep up on the shoveling. If you don't keep up on the shoveling throughout the course of the winter, then what happens is you drive on it, it gets all bumpy, it starts to melt, it refreezes, then you get more snow, then that builds up on top, and you can end up with a very hazardous driveway type of situation if you are not consistent about keeping it clear. So I am Jeff will vouch for me on this one. I am a pretty obsessive sidewalk shoveler. And that's precisely why, because as soon as it gets compacted, as soon as you drive on it, it's hard to remove. And we're only talking about like a couple little inches of snow. Couple little inches of snow that you have driven on that can start to be very, very difficult to remove with just your run-of-the-mill plastic snow shovel. So a plow is like a whole other level, because you're moving these mass quantities of snow throwing them out to the side, creating the snowbank that is compressing all the snow. It's compacting all the snow. It's going to be compacted around these pieces that you're looking for. So no, I am just really not buying that you went out here with these plastic shovels and you dug into a plowed snowbank and just happened to uncover these pieces of plastic. That just happened to have it. You just happened to uncover a shoe in place. This photograph of the shoe, he's telling me the shoe was completely buried. And where it's located, yeah, it would be completely buried by the snowbank created by the plow that he's telling me is like 3 feet high. It's at the bottom of the snowbank. It's going to be completely encased in compacted snow. And you just happened to like not scoop it up and dump it. You just got it right where it was. Why didn't they just video this? Why didn't they just video what they were doing as they were doing it? Not hard to do. You have a tripod, you set it up, you have your camera. You can see everything that's happening. You just let it run. And then at least we can see how these things are unfolding, how these items are being discovered. But they did nothing to document when we first found it, what we did to uncover it, to reveal it, and then what we did to remove it. None of that is documented here. And so because of that, I can't tell where you found it. I can't tell what position you found it in. I don't know what layer of the snow it was in. This is a big part of the problem here, because the layer of the snow, this is our archaeological equivalent here, given the snowstorm and the time periods that elapsed. I need to know, is this on bare concrete? Is this on top of some compacted snow? Is this on top of all of the compacted snow? Those things are going to tell you different information in this situation, given the nature of the storm and the time frame of the events at issue. If Karen Reed hit John with the car, all of this stuff should be at ground level. It should be at ground level. Why? Because we saw the video from the library where this is 12:30. This is what it looks like out there. These are the conditions out there. And there was no accumulated snow. You could still see the grass on the library yard. So that's what the conditions should have been. That's where all of this stuff should have been found, if this is a pristine, undisturbed crime scene. But it's been plowed. It's already been plowed. Like, if you're finding stuff in the middle of a plowed snowbank, we can't infer anything about when and how it got there, unless it's like sitting right on top, covered with fresh snow, sitting on top of the compacted snowbank. Yeah, that would tell us a lot about when and how it arrived there. We would know, after the plow went through, before some more snow came down. Or it would tell us, potentially, got uncovered in the plowing, sat there on top of the snowbank, and then more snow came. But these details they matter. They matter a lot. They matter a lot in this case. This is already just so problematic because of what we already saw from the condition of the area where John was found. It was not bare grass. It was not bare grass. Carrie Roberts can testify otherwise all that she wants. But we saw the photograph before they brought out the leaf blower to go uncover the droplets of blood that had dripped through the snow. They had melted down through the snow. That was the testimony, so that we had to go and get the leaf blower to be able to uncover it so that we could get samples of that blood. He was not on the bare grass like it was at 12:30 in the morning. He was on top of quite a bit of snow. So we already have an issue with the time there. Okay, if John is on top of the snow and the taillight is down at the ground level, that tells me the taillight isn't connected with John. They weren't deposited at the same time. Because if the taillight is already there before he is, then the taillight didn't get broken by hitting him. So yeah, this is just terribly problematic evidence, and so defensive this officer, this lieutenant, about the integrity of the scene. Well, it doesn't really matter. We do that all the time. Well, maybe you do it all the time, but that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. Hello, anybody with common sense is going to know that it matters. That if you go in and stir things up and plow them around and mix them about, yeah, that can matter. That can matter a lot. If it's just a situation where it doesn't matter where the thing was found, really, you just need to recover it. Like, for example, a murder weapon, right? It doesn't necessarily matter where you find it. You find it, it's a firearm, you do your ballistics, science, and you show, yes, the rifling is consistent on the cartridge patterns, all that type of thing. It's the murder weapon. It doesn't necessarily matter where you found it. It just matters, that you were able to recover it. This is not that. This is not that. Recovering taillight pieces from a street is not necessarily remarkable. I mean, accidents happen. Pieces get left out. Detritus, road detritus is out there. That in and of itself is not particularly remarkable. It's the ability to trace specifically what was found to the incident that we are trying to reconstruct here. And yeah, having a crime scene with some integrity is going to be critical to be able to do that type of reconstruction. Because otherwise we don't know what the significance of any of it is. The 16-foot margin of error on the GPS, they should just go back to the theodolite. Okay? Because it is far more precise than that. It's just a land-based system. It's extremely accurate. It's so much margin of error that their own map has the stuff that they recovered well up there on the grass. When their photographs show the shoe, for example, right up on the curb. Why did you bother? I mean, why do you even bother with this documentation it's that imprecise? And he's not going to mark the area where the body was found or where the SUV had been parked because that would be too inaccurate. I mean, the irony. Crazy stuff. I don't know why they wouldn't just video record what they were doing. And then the distancing, well, that wasn't my responsibility. I'm not the one that's in charge. I'm not the one that's in charge of the documentation. That's in the discretion of the detectives. So it's not my fault that we're very limited in what we can conclude from what we found in this search. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. That was those other people there. I'm just a snow moving monkey. That's what I'm there to do. I'm there to move snow and look for things out of place. And it's somebody else's job to make sense out of that, to document it, to preserve it in a way that makes it useful as evidence. This is supposed to be evidence collection, right? Not just stuff collection. It's supposed to be evidence collection. You're telling me you have no responsibility for the integrity of that process and being able to come into court later on and explain to us, show us, demonstrate to us why we can draw valid evidentiary conclusions from what you did. Boy, was he ever shifting in the stand. My goodness, shifting, 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 shifting. Very, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable on that stand. Remembered all of these details of the times. He remembers 2:53 and 5:21, 5:24, 5:34, 5:41. He remembers all this, but he doesn't remember if the pieces of plastic were within a foot or maybe within a couple of feet. He doesn't remember that. But he went home and read those logs. He went home and read those logs and memorized those times so that he would have them at his fingertips on the stand. Weird. Weird. Weird priority. Weird priority. I mean, I guess because that is the stuff he squarely is responsible for, right? Your team, your deployment of your team, who gets called out, what their roles are, when this all gets going. That's on you. But it is interesting, isn't it, that it's 2:32 p.m. when the initial call comes in, but we have to get authorization. We have to go through the official chain of command. And when do we get that clearance, that official clearance from the chain of command? I want to find the exact time because he sure knew it. 3:45. About 3:45, got the address at 4 o'clock. At 4:17, the alert went out. 4:17. When did they get Karen's car? When did they get her car? When were they in Dighton picking it up? This timeline is going to be kind of important. It's going to be kind of important. I don't know how much bureaucracy it would take to approve, yeah, we need to do an evidence search for a dead police officer. A dead off-duty police officer. You're going to tell me, no, they need to ponder that and debate it for like an hour and a half? I don't know that I'm going to buy that. That to me seems like a pretty straightforward, yep. Get out there, do what you need to do, bring out whoever you need to bring out. I don't know that I'm going to buy that it's simply the bureaucracy that took all of this time for it to be approved. We know that Canton Police Department is conflicted out at this point. So Canton PD shouldn't have been in charge. It wouldn't have been a situation where, for example, Chief Berkowitz would need to be involved in that decision, right? So we're talking about a couple branches of the state police. The CERT branch and then the investigative branch, whatever it is that Proctor and Buchanan are part of. So it's entirely intradepartmental, not a situation where like, oh, this department might have their own policy, they might have their own thought, they might have their own budget concerns, right? They don't want to have officers out there, you know, that they're paying overtime or whatever while the search is happening. It's not like that at all. It's all in the same department. You're telling me it takes you over an hour, almost an hour and a half to get approval to go out and search, do an evidence search where a dead police officer was found. Just find that pretty hard to believe. Find it pretty hard to believe. I'm not sure we're really getting that much out of this cross-exam. We know it was dark, yes, by the time that they arrived. We know it was dark. Tully said, this is what you need to be looking for, and this is where you need to be looking for it. So they simply followed his instructions. This information about he had been hit and possibly dragged. I mean, is that the theory? Is that the theory to explain the marks on the arm? That he must have been dragged, but he couldn't have been dragged because there would have been tire tracks all over that yard. Okay, you're not driving a big SUV, dragging a person, okay, creating drag on the tires, spinning around in the grass, in a heavy vehicle, and that's not completely tearing up the yard. Okay, it's going to tear up the yard. The ground isn't frozen. There's been no snow accumulation. So we know they didn't drag him. We know they didn't drag him. You would think that they would know that just from the outset based on the condition of the scene at the time. All right, it looks like we're back now.
Thank you. Be seated. Put us back inside.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Nettie, you can go back to the podium.
Thank you, Rob.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination that you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yes, why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
Right. So as you testify here today, 2.5 years later, can you tell the jury whether it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
I've never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
Okay, redirect, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself And Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
That would just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than, doesn't get too thorough.
You had made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on a cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that equipped with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene?
Correct,
And everybody
As well
else's?
as each member of your unit, is that correct?
sir. Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay, is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
So regardless
This
of inches
still
versus
doesn't
feet
answer my
versus whatever
question.
distance it was, you didn't measure that, is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All set.
Need this journal back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Maureen Hartnett to the stand.
If I remember correctly, didn't we hear her name already related to the dog DNA? Is she one of the lab workers? The one that took the swab? The swab from the clothing or something? She is from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
The case now, you're hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Where we got the pig DNA. And the contamination jokes flew. The Proctor jokes flew.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
And I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate was concerned?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're initially hired, you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the crime lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period of, or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist 2.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the criminalistics unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the criminalistics unit and a crime scene response?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the crime scene response unit?
For the crime scene response unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the crime scene response unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now, with regard to those 2 positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first, start with the criminalistics training.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence such as bloodstain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there a certain audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January of 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury
Required
what
a remediation.
is and why
So you had to fix something.
specific proficiency tests required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she then mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed
I'm sure.
additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that at the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics such as the loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damage. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the lead investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a two-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test, or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a COVID, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
And through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to
With
your
my
observations
special
that
eyes.
you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting the work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And you want a may approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document, just ask you to look at that and help me finish. Do you recognize that document, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized?
I can see that the podium, please. Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, you were taking notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJFY7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
I approach Jan, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce in the minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
And Ms. Hartnett, before you, I believe, on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Hartnett, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of the diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
Okay. In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right rear passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the diagram.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that liftgate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area?
You're not going to scratch a bumper by hitting a
I observed
person.
an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Oh, excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word,
Oh,
when you
really?
say, apparent human hair on the rear bumper. Why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these
Like
observations?
sprinkled on top of the bumper?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
Hope this was photographed.
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserve it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not perform glass identification. That would be done in the trace unit. They also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the third diagram in that. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as the third diagram,
Yes.
or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of that?
I noted the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, because we need to see photographs of these apparent items.
I'm going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs, just asking you generally with those, and I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there. And ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll excuse the minutes of that. Minutes.
No objection.
Hey, Kurt in the chat, Uncivil Law. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So Madam Court Reporter needs to,
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is reporting so that the witness may review them. Okay, are we done?
Kurt, we are
Anyone
not at
speak
solo
before I'm
cup
done?
level evidence collection, but we are at stirring the snowbank with a 16-foot margin of error in our marking of the items. Yeah, just more of the same. And now we're dealing with the forensic scientist who couldn't pass the competency exam on the human hair. I'm eagerly awaiting how a human body scraped up a bumper, scratched a bumper. Because scratches, that sounds like hitting another car.
So it's 138 to 155.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up, and the witnesses.
yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498. Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Well, thank God
That
we're
is a picture
seeing
of
the
the
license plate.
of the black Lexus SUV.
Boy, that was
And,
that was
if I
a
could have the
critically
next photograph,
relevant
it's
issue.
showing
I was gonna
2499.
acquit if I didn't see the license plate. Good Lord.
Again, you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, next photograph, 2500. And again, you recognize what's up on the screen is this exhibits 140.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of Ken Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, that's going 2501. And again, you recognize
Just
what's up
because
on
she
the screen
took
there?
these, Lally,
Yes, I do.
doesn't mean you need
And
to
which
show
part of the
every
vehicle are we
single
looking at
one.
in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the
It's
Lexus
the
SUV.
side of the car.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502.
Is that a Bob? That was a Bob back there.
And do you recognize what's depicted in
That
this
wasn't a
photograph as
human.
well?
Yes,
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at at this point?
the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505. And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Harnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2506.
Make sure to show us all the stuff that doesn't
recognize
matter
this as
before
well?
you show us the stuff
Yes, I
that
do.
does.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's open around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you were talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, do you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observed that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Now, Ms. Hartman, as far as crime scene response is concerned, when you're doing this kind of examination of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
I complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did, note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
And did you perform any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
And what, if any, evidence did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 2512.
Yeah, I still want to see this photograph of this broken glass.
And Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention up on the screen. What's the now been marked as Exhibit 150? Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything,
That's the broken glass?
Items collected or items to observe, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
That is sitting right on top of the bumper?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear chair light? To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute.
I don't think any of this is going to matter.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection to this.
Is there supposed to be evidence inside the car? Is this after they dug through the console?
$156 and $159.
So the blood didn't make it through the blizzard transport, but the hair and the broken glass sitting on top of the bumper did.
To publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
Color me skeptical.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2521. Ms. Hartnett, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 156?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have Ms. Gilman photograph 2527.
Your Honor, you have just a moment with counsel.
Okay?
So this is the console before they gutted it.
Thank you, Your Honor, appreciate it.
So Ms. Hartnett, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as Exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnett, 2535, which has now been marked as Exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 90 photographs, and you just ask you to look at those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this? And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll offer to introduce and admit as the next 9 exhibits.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor, thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
One 160 through 166 one. I'm sorry, 26. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as Exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
Now, as far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that or what's visible of that.
I mean, such a clean break.
This area here is the broken tail light.
Such a clean break, all of that plastic gone all the way to the edge.
Photograph 2540. Now exhibits 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger tail.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554-0165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
And you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using laser pointer to where you observe that and what, if any area of damage?
Looks
or
like,
what
is
that's
that,
to note?
is that the hair?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in.
No.
There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2558. My apologies, 2556. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph?
It's literally sitting there on top of the bumper.
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that placard. Okay. And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what, if anything, is depicted?
Look at that big
Noted,
chunk.
Something sort of black or further examined at a later.
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs. If you could just look up on your thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Commonwealth, please introduce you to the next exhibit. Okay.
It's 169 to 172.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573. Ms. Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169. Do you recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I get past sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you read, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the two areas up on that, if you could zoom into that area.
These are above the taillight.
I'm sorry, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you.
I thought the
Approach
apparent
limits
hair
area.
was on the
Yes.
back of the bumper that we already looked at.
There's another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and asking if you recognize generally what they are.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll call on to introduce in a minute as the next exhibits.
No objection.
We're over here marking more stuff in the dark. These photographs, I'm just not impressive. Not impressive. We're not getting good perspective. I swear, she's saying the hair is way up here now, but then she already showed us the photo down below the taillight where she said that was the hair. I'm not crazy, right? And then her actual description, she said it was just to the right of the taillight on the side.
186 now.
But neither photo showed it there.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask to publish some of those photographs to the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558.
And then, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's contained in photograph 25?
Yeah, wasn't this the hair? She said this was the hair.
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the little sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnett, what is depicted in this photograph?
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Ms. Gilman,
It's
if
on
I
the
could
back.
have, 2561.
Are you telling me there's more than one hair?
176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there.
I don't even know what we're looking at here.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
That's a gouge.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those are the first.
I don't understand his organization at all. I don't know how these are broken up the way they are.
And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's contained in that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes,
I want to seek to introduce the minutes and next case.
No objection.
thank you.
One 87 to 189.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, Ms. Hartnett, before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. So it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the light back. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So
And the
compound.
collection of evidence that you did in this case, was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have?
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I used disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or the paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those would have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle, so a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
Did you have trouble with the
I
wire
believe he
harness?
just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't
The wire
have
harness.
to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the tail light as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the tail light that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the tail light?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that tail light from there, what, if anything, did you do with the tail light there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
Now, starting with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
And then what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regard to the solo cups, what were done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope in a large envelope and then transported those back to the lab.
Now, after your examination on scene, you returned back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the laboratory?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Oh, well, thank heavens. That's going to be critical.
With regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into that?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
Did you spray down that camera? Did you change your gloves
And then
after you
from
took those
that
photos?
Specific item,
So
did you
much
perform any
theater
testing
in
on
a lot
that
of these
item?
lab processes.
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
As far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, with the court's permission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now, Ms. Hartnett, directing your attention to what's up on the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's depicted in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now up on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is, in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you? Sorry.
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I am holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
First
And,
scaled photo
lastly,
we've seen so far.
8972 to 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury?
There's
what
the
we're
wire
looking at,
harness she had trouble with.
perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this photo?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
I don't know what the point of that was. Great, it's a taillight housing. Could you explain the evidentiary
just one moment,
value
Sharon.
of those photos we just looked at? No. It doesn't have any. This is like a discovery dump of a case where you just throw everything out there because you don't have good stuff
Now,
that you
Ms.
can
Hartnett,
refine
from
it
your
down
initial
to.
response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair, can you explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that piece?
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human hair?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item were looked at. running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have sort of an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, where in animals it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what if any opinion or what if any determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with a human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
Or may the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
So where did the hair go from there?
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the, that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3-6, the hair, were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those samples?
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, you're familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have had to been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be the type.
So you found nothing in the root?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for as regard to your examination of the clothing?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, just showing you a series of 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth to introduce the exhibit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Yeah, I'm interested in where the blood is on his shirt. Is it dribbled down the front like when you get cracked in the face? You take a solid shot to the nose, it starts bleeding all over you, drips all over your bib area? Is that what we're going to see? Because that's going to be a little bit different than you get cracked in the head and you get thrown back on your back.
So it's 190 to 197.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hartnett, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, well, not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where?
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs for the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Hartnett, putting up on the screen now what's been marked as exhibit 190. Do you recognize
That's it. Bloody nose.
Yes, I do.
And what do
That's
you recognize
it.
that to be?
I'm done.
That
I'm
is
done.
the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Gilman, if I
Nope.
could have 9790, the next photograph.
And
What's
on
up
the back.
screen is exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is exhibit 192?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
No blood on the
And,
interior.
lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is exhibit 193?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9795. Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman, 9796. If you could zoom in on that one. Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that you labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, goes up through 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Where's the dirt, vehicle grime, grease,
Hartnett, showing you another series
all
of
over
photographs.
those? If it was dragged on the
Ask if you could
ground
review
or
those, look up when you finish.
caught up in the undercarriage. Super clean.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin, Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
It's 196 through 205.
Thank you.
This is close-ups of the sleeve. I better see some grime
Your
on
Honor,
it.
with the court's permission,
This
if I
is
could
road
publish
rash.
some of those photographs for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811.
Look at that, clean, fresh internal
With
fibers.
respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, next one. Again, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
That has some measurement that you're taking.
Sure
with
looks like a
reference to the
puncture
size of that
hole.
damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do
So
that
clean.
respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9813. Again, this is area 2, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9815.
Where's your ruler now? How big are
And what's
these?
up on the screen is Exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817. Now, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is Exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in Exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce as the next exhibits. No objection. And if I may approach the witness just to present another set.
Okay.
exhibits 206 through 217.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Hartnett, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with the measurements that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area in the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth, please introduce in a minute. Okay, just place these.
Through 221.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish these photographs for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9837. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of the gray sweatshirt.
And the items marked are the two labeled as 12 and 13. Are they depicted on that?
Yes, they are.
If you could, using a laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to where 12 and 13 are.
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
Well, those are cuts.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9838. Exhibit 219 up on the screen, that's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Looks like what
Now,
happens
with
if you're
respect to the other
cutting and it's
photographs
folded,
that I
and
had
so
placed
like a
before
part
you
of
when
it
the
gets
stenographer was marking those,
caught
do
in
you
there.
recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
Come on, see. Introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I may, Your Honor, just place these before the witness.
Exhibits 222 through 230.
Thank you.
Thank you, Master. Now, Ms. Harden, before I get to what's now been marked in exhibit 222 through 230, If I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now, are you familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains in that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab at the State Police Crime Lab is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
Didn't mark which one you
And
did.
is that sort of
where you
sent out to
swabbed
an
it.
external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, directions did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
So
You tell us what the stains
specifically
are.
referring to is the items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So
Oh my
the item that we were
God.
talking about
Just
as far as
ask a
where you
question,
collected
Lally.
stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that
Which
was really
ones?
confusing as far as the questions.
Which
So,
ones?
Turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing, 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing that screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230.
So was it
Your Honor,
blood or
before
not
submission,
blood
If I could
for-
publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay?
Lally, finish asking the question.
And
Were there
Ms. Gilman, if I
stains
may
and you
first
did
ask,
test? What were the
photograph
results of the
9841.
tests?
And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts or the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I use letters.
Starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red-brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red-brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now up on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on those stickers. And Ms. Hartnett, if you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227.
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
That's all the way down on the pocket?
Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll walk the seat to introduce the witness. The next exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read this. Do that.
Exhibits 231 through 241 left.
Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe,
If you do it quickly, do it now.
okay.
If you're not, we'll
Tell
take a
him how to
break.
do his case, Bev.
Jurors, we're going to take the luncheon break.
I'm going to see
Because
counsel.
he won't make that decision.
Please.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, no, sorry. If he's got blood dribbling down the front from his busted up nose that we could see in the photo, and his lacerated eyebrow, he did not get thrown on his back and lie on the back. Gravity is a thing. Now, I have made a lot of comments about how you can come up with all kinds of explanations for things as long as they fit with the laws of physics. And blood spattering down your front while you're lying on your back, this does not comport with the laws of physics. So how did John start bleeding and remain upright? Remain upright so that blood is dripping onto the front, dripping onto the back. How did that happen consistent with this car accident? Ugh. I got burned before when they said they were going to lunch and then didn't. So I'm gonna wait until we actually get the fan before I pull away here. Noticed very much how she started with defining the crime scene as any location that may contain evidence of a crime. So not where the crime was committed, not what everyone understands a crime scene to mean. So if you commit a crime and you shoot somebody and you take the gun away with you, everywhere that you are with that gun is now a crime scene. Nobody's buying that. But the reason why she's doing that, I know the reason why she's doing that, is because Proctor wrote in his report that he recovered John O'Keefe's phone from the scene. And yet there have been, there's been no indication in any of the witnesses so far that Michael Proctor ever was at the scene. And the chain of custody of that phone is a great big mystery that has not yet been solved, because all we have is Kerry Roberts saying, saw it under his body, stuck it in my pocket, gave it to one of the first responders, don't remember who. Really weird that nobody who was actually there engaged with John doing the CPR, getting him on the stretcher. Weren't there like 3 or 4 people involved just in getting him on the stretcher? They somehow didn't see the phone.
Court stands in recess to 1:30.
They didn't collect the phone. They just left it there for some rando civilian at the scene to walk up and collect it. This is pretty hard to believe. This is pretty hard to believe. So Michael Proctor's explanation in his report, he collected it at the scene. Well, if he's never been to the scene, we have no record of him being at the scene, and we don't know how this phone is still at the scene if she gave it to a first responder. The first responders all left by 7-something in the morning. Very vague, very unclear, very ambiguous what that means. So why don't we just define the crime scene to mean anything at all? If it means anything at all, then Proctor didn't lie about where he got the phone, right? Because anything can be a crime scene. And we'll just overlook how a report is supposed to provide you with sufficient detail that you know what you're talking about later on. That's why you specify the crime scene, as in the place where the crime occurred, and not just any sort of scene at all. Yeah. quite a preview there. Quite a preview there of what's potentially going on with this witness. Now, I have to say, some of the best documentation of the evidence that we've seen so far, we have actual measurements. We have actual scale to see on some of these photos. For all that, a lot of this photography is still terrible. The configurations are terrible. I don't know how much to blame the witness for that or the photographer for that, or how much to blame Lally with just what he's choosing to show us. You choose to show us the weird angle with the sticker where the glare is so bright that you can't even see what the sticker says. I mean, yeah, that's not a great photo, but is there another photo you could show us? So confusing where this hair is. She showed us, I swear. Tell me I'm crazy. She showed us 2 different places where the hair was found, but we're only talking about one hair. We're only talking about one hair. She identifies it underneath the taillight on the back of the bumper, but then she also identifies it over on the side, the rear quarter panel of the passenger side, kind of up above the taillight. She identifies it there too. Which one was it? That's extremely, extremely confusing. The photograph of the little gouges on the back, this, I have so many questions about this because this just does not look like a human-caused injury. To be able to gouge out the clear coat, the paint, all the way down to the metal on the piece of a car, human bodies are soft. We're soft. We're what, 98, 99% water. How do we gouge metal? How do we gouge metal? That looks like a metal, something that is caused by another piece of metal. That's how you get these gouges and scratches and stuff. When she was describing later on, will I collect paint samples by using this gouging tool, didn't document that. Didn't document that, at least not that we saw. You didn't show us that, because to me, that's what those gouges kind of look like. Looks like what you would get if you had a little scraping tool and you're trying to collect a little piece of the paint all the way down to the metal. You get that full sample. That's what it looks like. Is that what it is? I don't know, because she didn't document that, or if she did, it didn't get shown to us, and she didn't explain that in her testimony. She didn't tell us where she took the gouges from, the samples. Did they look for paint transfer? I mean, that's what some of this stuff looked like to me. There was this gouge, but then there were these other very linear looking marks that she's describing as scratches, but they look like paint transfer. Did they test? Did they test for that? Isn't that where you would take the paint sample from? Wasn't that the point? If you're looking for paint from another vehicle, you would take it at the point where there's paint transfer? Oh, this apparent glass on the rear bumper. Where do we even get started with that? Where do we even get started with that? Okay, so the Commonwealth's theory, bear with me here. The Commonwealth's theory is that Karen Reed at approximately 12:30 in the morning, while it has only just started to snow, is out driving to 34 Fairview, hits John O'Keefe, breaking her taillight, and that somehow causes pieces of glass to go sideways, to go towards the center of her car in the bumper, land in the center of her car. She then drives all the way home, parks in the garage, parks in John's garage. Okay, so she's not parked outside where like the snow is coming down and it's packing on and it's going to hold that stuff in place. No, she's parked in the garage. She's parked in the garage. Gets up in the morning, backs out, drives over to Jen McCabe's house. They drive all around town. She's out long enough for there to start to be some little bit of snow accumulation. I mean, just from the photograph of the taillight in the back of the car we saw. Yeah, okay, you park outside for, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever, in a snowstorm. Okay, seems about right. That's about the amount of snow we're talking about. And all of this, it just stays on her car from midnight to home, from home to Jen McCabe's, from Jim McCabe's to Fairview. No, right? To John's, and it stays at John's. It stays at John's. And then she's getting driven around by Carrie Roberts. The car goes all the way to Dighton. They drive it all the way to Dighton. You didn't brush off the car. Drive it all the way to Dighton. Tow it all the way back to the Canton Sally Port. The snow melts, and lo and behold, the glass is there. It's still there. This is just very hard to believe. And this high wind storm, right? They've made such a point of telling us about the high wind and these tiny little pieces of apparent glass are going to just be sitting there, affixed by nothing more than gravity to that bumper. And they're going to just sit there on top the entire time. This is a bit hard to believe. Bit hard to believe. The pattern of the brake on the taillight, this does not look like what it looks like when you hit something and you break a taillight. You don't break it all the way back to the casing on three sides. I have a very hard time seeing that. The plastic brakes at whatever the weak point is, and usually that's like where it changes direction, right? It's a dimension. You hit the back of it, you get basically a hole. You get a hole, or you get a chunk, or something like that. All of the taillight, all the way back to the casing, just seems off to me. That seems off to me. Tiny little dent in the trunk door, and that's the damage. Scratches, but I'm not seeing a human body causing scratches. The scratches, to me, perfectly consistent with she backed out of the driveway and she hit John's car. That's what Mr. Yannetti told us in opening, that there's going to be video showing that. Yeah, these scratches and scrapes, things like that, metal on metal, that's what it looks like. So we have this tiny little dent is the extent of the damage for this high-speed collision that's hard enough to kill somebody. I won't say it's impossible. I mean, I'm sure it's possible, but it just seems strange. That just seems strange to me. Really having a hard time with this glass sitting on top of the bumper. I mean, what seems more likely that they've made such a point of pointing out that there wouldn't be bioevidence. There wouldn't be bioevidence on the undercarriage, on the bumper, on the wheelbase, any of this stuff. Because she said she tested and it's not there, but the explanation is, oh, well, it's the middle of a blizzard. But yet there's a hair stuck to the outside, and there's a bunch of tiny little fragments of apparent glass sitting on top of the bumper. The blizzard didn't affect that? Well, that's convenient. That's convenient. I did notice she talked about her swabs from the red Solo cups. She stuck them in a glassine envelope in a larger manila. Nope. It's a wet sample. It's a wet sample. You stick that in paper. You always put that in paper. I'm pretty sure Mr. Jackson has already elicited that with the DNA analyst, the one from UC Davis, because you'll create, it's got to breathe. You'll create mold and bacterial conditions. You can destroy the sample that way. So don't know why she's putting it in glassine, but I did catch that. I did catch that. I am going to need an explanation from the Commonwealth for this damage and these blood stains on this sweatshirt. I'm gonna need an explanation. I'm gonna need an explanation. Now, we would expect if it was a fight, the dog got involved, dog's biting up the arm, tearing at the sleeve, his arm's all bloody. Is there going to be blood on that sleeve? You would think so, but I can also see not necessarily, right? Because what happens? They pull on the sleeve. The sleeve gets pulled away. It gets pulled away from the skin. And so I'd like to see the inside of the sleeve, because these pieces of damage, they're so clean. These are pristine. These are very, very clean. I'd like to see the inside of the sleeve. Is there like blood smear around on the inside of the sleeve? You would think that there is if he's got a bloody arm. I mean, there should be blood in there. The other alternative, though, is something that I have wondered about since I first saw these autopsy photos. Is this post-mortem? Were these post-mortem injuries? They kind of look like that to me. Granted that I am not an expert, not a medical person at all. I just have been educated by medical experts on certain issues when it's come up in my own cases. But that's one of the things that you learn that's a pretty basic one, is that when you have post-mortem injury, you don't go through the inflammatory process. You don't bruise, you don't swell. You don't have anything like that because the fluids are not moving. The process is not happening. And that's what it looked like to me. The first thing I noticed when I saw this photo of this arm is like, wow, that's weird because it's all scraped up, but it doesn't look swollen at all. It doesn't look bruised at all. And with these big, deep gouges, I mean, yeah, you would think that would be a big old swollen arm. But it wasn't. It wasn't. So I've always wondered if that was post-mortem. I mean, I guess we'll find out at some point from somebody, but that could potentially explain why the sleeve was damaged, but there's no blood on these points, because he wasn't bleeding anymore by that point. He's dead. Just a possibility. But I'm going to need an explanation for what caused these, okay? Because you made a point, Mr. Lally, of eliciting through every single one of the witnesses at the waterfall and at C.F. McCarthy's and everybody, his clothing was intact when he left the bar. So this damage happened after he left the bar, before his body was recovered. Is this that he got dragged under the car explanation? I mean, there's two ways I could see some damage to the sleeve happening. Okay, the sleeve gets damaged by the ground if he's dragged, or the sleeve gets damaged by the undercarriage of the vehicle if he's dragged. I would still not expect these extremely pristine, clean gouges and tears from either of those pieces of damage. The ground, obviously, dirt is dirty. It's grit. It's a road. It's covered with road grime. It's gotten wet now because there has been snow starting to fall, and even if it's not sticking, it's wet, and you create all the mist when you drive. The wheels, churn it up. The air churns it up. It's very dirty. You would expect that to be all over, not just the sleeve and where it's punctured, but really if he's dragged, I mean, a lot of the clothing, right? Wouldn't you? So maybe the explanation is, well, his arm got, tied up in the undercarriage somehow. It got caught up, and the car was moving, and it tore it. Okay, but the bottom of the car is also going to be extremely dirty. I don't know what the bottom of her car looks like. We didn't document the undercarriage. I can see that with certain kinds of vehicles. I have a vehicle that's it's kind of big, kind of lifted. It's got got big suspension and stuff like that. And yeah, there's a lot of I don't have a skid plate or a cover or anything like that. It's all exposed. So yeah, there's a lot of bolts and things like that. I mean, the whole car is exposed. I mean, not just like the pieces from the exhaust, all the clamps that hold the exhaust into place, the screws that are holding the shocks and the struts together. I mean, even down to like the fuel lines, run through here, and they're connected with like little clamps and things like that. Lots and lots of little screws that could catch on something. But this is, not that kind of car. I mean, mine's an off-road vehicle. That's why it's all open, so you can get to it. This is not that. This is like a nice newer vehicle. Don't they usually have all that stuff covered up with some kind of plastic covering? I don't know. I mean, I think so, but we didn't see the bottom of her car. I don't know. But okay, even if it's exposed, maybe she had a skid plate, it's off. Everything in the bottom of the car is exposed. It's dirty. It's dirty. It's not just dirty with the same old dirt stuff that's getting churned up on the road. It's dirty with rust. It's dirty with grease. It's dirty with the fingers crossed, whoever put those bolts on, put some anti-seize on the bolts. Guys, magic stuff. Absolutely magic stuff. Any of you like work with metal pieces? Oh my Lord, the anti-seize, it's amazing. It's basically like a very fine metal grit that's in some type of, like an emulsifier kind of thing. It's a little metal emulsifier. And you smear that around your bolts, and then when you put your nut on so that it doesn't seize up, it doesn't rust together. Love this stuff. It's absolutely amazing. Hopefully maybe somebody put some of that on. Anyway, that will be, whatever. All that type of stuff is all over the machinery of a car. A dirty wet bolt that catches somebody's sleeve and tears it, it's not going to leave this clean little tear, this clean little puncture. I mean, you're seeing the white on the fiber from where that tear took place. I'm going to need a good explanation for how this happened. How did this happen? How is it sitting there getting cleaned? I didn't notice on the photograph. I'll go back at some point. I'll go back and look back over these exhibits that we just saw. In fact, maybe I'll just go ahead and do it now real quick. What side of the car is her exhaust on? Because the exhaust, I don't know if we even see in any of these photos. The exhaust gets crazy hot, guys. It gets real hot, like many hundreds of degrees hot. Like seriously burn yourself, burn, your clothing or whatever. Hot, very hot. If you're dragged under the car, maybe you can totally miss the exhaust. I mean, that's why I'm curious. What side is it on? If it's on the driver's side, okay, maybe that doesn't come up. You would just miss it. But if it's on the passenger side and you're getting dragged under that car, stuff is getting burned. That's just my take on that. So I don't see in any of these photographs It's just all shadowed underneath. They show the top of the bumper, but I don't see anything that shows me where the exhaust is coming out. So I don't know. I don't know if we're on the same side. I don't know if we're on the opposite side. Not seeing anything again of the undercarriage underneath it. They're just only showing us from the top side of this car. So not particularly helpful in terms of allowing us to recreate what happened. But the bottom line, these blood stains, man, these blood stains, you're gonna have to do some serious explaining with that. You're gonna have to do some explaining with that. How does he get hit and thrown? Maybe dragged, maybe not. I don't know how he's dragged and left on the grass and not leave any evidence from the vehicle that the vehicle went across the grass, right? I don't know how that happened. So I think we're back to we hit him and threw him, landed on his back. How does he have blood on both sides of him? How does he have blood on both sides of his clothes? How does he have blood beneath, his head? His head is what's bleeding. Gravity. Oh man, I'm a bleeder in the ring too, guys. It's terrible. I hate it. It's so annoying. You look at me too hard and I will bleed. So it does not take much of a crack to my nose to get me gushing. I will bleed much more than I will get hurt. It doesn't hurt, but it's annoying. It's hard to breathe and it's bleeding everywhere. It's splattering on people. It's gross. It just sucks. I hate it. I hate bleeding like I do. And yes, I've gotten my nose cauterized. Didn't do anything. Didn't help. Didn't fix anything. I still bleed. So I know a lot about bloody noses and how they work and where they drip and all that. Yeah. When you're in a fight, drips right on your front, right in your bib, right where we're finding those blood droplets, right there. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Commonwealth is going to have a lot of explaining to do for me to get me to how this happened, consistent with their theory. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of the comments. I'm probably not going to get through everything because I do need to take a little bit of a break myself. Go ahead and get something to eat and so forth real fast. You know the routine. Got to check on all the animals and everything. My chickens, they're getting big. The rooster, he's finally starting to make little roostery noises, but it's like it's not mature yet, and so it's this very strange, like donkey sounding croak. I can't even describe it. It's bizarre and hilarious. So we did that for the very first time this morning when I went out to check their feed, and yeah. Anyway, gotta make sure that all the chickens are doing well. So I'll get through what I can for a few minutes here, guys. Kevin Costello, red Solo cup, I fill you up, frame someone for murder. Not as catchy as the original. Is that Toby Keith? Is that a Toby Keith song? I mean, it sounds like it's a Toby Keith song. I just can't remember for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's got a nice ring to it. It's just, the suspension of disbelief is a little bit of a challenge with that one. Maureen Francis became a YouTube member. Thanks, Maureen. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the channel. Not Squirrel. Question, could a juror be disqualified if they've watched the Canton PD audit coverage? KR's name comes up occasionally. Thank you. So not if they have not been ordered not to watch that or not to pay attention to it. It isn't, the case. They've been instructed you're not to investigate the case, you're not to go to the crime scene, you're not to watch the news coverage about the case, so on and so forth. So if it's something that the defense is concerned about, they should ask the judge to specifically instruct on that. not allow them to watch any of the Canton PD audit coverage. That said, I'm not 100% sure it would be damaging to the defense if they did. Now, this is one of these areas that I haven't paid super close attention to it. I am just vaguely aware of it going on in the background, but it certainly does make it sound to me like the community of Canton is not real pleased with this police department. And I think we're seeing some pretty good reasons why that would be the case. But so my understanding is that they did vote, popular vote. They decided they wanted to go through and do an audit of the police department. And the police department has not been happy with that, has kind of retaliated against some of the people who have been testifying at these hearings, some of the people who were kind of the ringleaders, I guess, behind the initiative, the effort to get the audit going. So yeah, that's not good stuff. War with the populace kinds of things, the power battle over who's going to do what. Does that hurt Karen Reed if the jurors know that that's going on? Yeah, I don't know that it does. So it might be a situation where they just wouldn't care. They don't care if the jurors are watching that. They feel like it would be helpful. Just a possibility, since I'm not watching it myself, I can't really say one way or the other. But the bottom line is basically no, unless they're really specifically instructed not to follow that, then I don't think it's going to be grounds for a disqualification because it's not misconduct. If they're not violating a court order, then they're not doing anything wrong. It's just that the instructions are not as detailed or as thorough as maybe they should be. Guys, I guess lunch is going to end pretty quick here, so I am going to go ahead and just pop off for a couple of minutes. I will be back shortly, yeah. All right, guys, I am back. It's back. Let's go ahead and get the sound on. Of course, they're going to go straight to sidebar. Well, are they back? Where's Karen? Isn't she normally sitting there? Not sure what's going on here. Well, anyway, I'm back. I might need to mute myself and finish eating my apple here. Well, we got that preview from when Mr. Jackson was cross-examining the UC Davis veterinary DNA person about how she hadn't documented where she took the swabs, and also that the chemical testing that had been done, remember the swabs were black, and it related to some of the chemical testing that could interfere with some of the DNA testing. She hasn't described any of that yet. None of it's been documented yet. Maybe we're going to get there. I don't know. But it is kind of this remarkable convergence of really good documentation and really good really bad documentation, right? Like I said, first one we've seen that's actually got a ruler in there to give us some scale, give us some sense of scale. Things actually marked and kept with a log. Didn't see that with those taillight scene photos, right? Which one of these pieces was, item 1, item 2, item 3? If we have the evidence log, how do we know which one is which? It's not documented in the photographs. So on the one hand, great, this is the best that we've seen so far. On the other hand, where's the stuff that we would expect to see? Where is, the documentation of where you took the sample, the paint sample from the car? Where's the documentation of where you swabbed on the car? Where's the documentation of where you swabbed on the taillight? Where's the documentation of where you
We can line them
swabbed
up and bring them in.
the sweatshirt?
Okay.
Where's any of that? So I guess we're about to get to the orange t-shirt.
Some of these are already marked.
You are unmuted.
I am wondering if this is a lady, did she put the taillight pieces back together? I kind of remember hearing about that. That somebody put all the pieces of taillight back together and like it matches perfectly. I don't know. The cuts on the shirt definitely look like that's the EMT shears. It looks like what they described, they have to cut it off.
All right, could we have the witness, please?
All right, Ms. Smiley.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon.
So with respect to the photographs that were just marked as exhibits of the orange T-shirt, that was item that was marked as 7-1, is that correct? I'm sorry, 7-17.
Yes, that's correct.
So similar to how you had marked off areas of either damage or red-brown stains, was that similar to what you did with the gray hooded sweatshirt? Is that similar to what you did with the orange T-shirt as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there were two other clothing items that you examined, being a pair of jeans and a set of sneakers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with reference to the jeans, that was marked as item 7-1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to the sneakers, that was marked as item 7-4, is that correct?
Each sneaker had its own item number. One was 7-3 and one was 7-4.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the denotations that you had made in regard to either damage or red-brown stains, was that similarly done with respect to each of those remaining clothing items as well?
Yes, that's correct.
You know what I may approach?
Yes.
So Ms. Hartnett, with respect to the jeans, showing you a series of 8 photographs, do you recognize those?
Thank you for the reminder on the banner.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
And what's contained in those photographs, a fair and accurate portrayal of your observations of those jeans when you conducted your examination of them at the lab?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm to
Almost
take
seeks
it
introduced and
that they never found
All
the
right, there's
hat?
no objection, you said, Mr. Jackson.
Haven't heard anything about the hat yet. But we saw him all wearing that hat. Everybody remembered the hat. Where's the hat?
It's 242.
Yes, please. Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, publish some of the photographs in the packet from 232 to 241.
Okay?
Good an explanation as any, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 231?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
So that looks like a lot of blood all over his T-shirt also.
And again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 232?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that where the stickers are.
More droplets on
Now,
the
Ms. Hartnett,
T-shirt.
do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 233?
Those
Yes,
better
I do.
correspond with the
And again,
sweatshirt.
using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph. And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, within this zoomed-in portion of Exhibit 233, if you're using a laser pointer to draw the juror's attention, what, if anything, you noted there?
I noted red, brown stain D, which I marked with a sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Last name is Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 239. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red, brown stain, and I marked it E.
Okay.
And Your Honor, similarly with the court's remission, if I could publish what's been marked now as Exhibit 242 through 249.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9878.
If Lally's not telling me what I'm supposed to be making of this, what am I supposed to make of it? What is the jury supposed to do with these droplets on a t-shirt? He's not supposed to have his t-shirt on. I mean, his t-shirt is underneath, right? You would think his sweatshirt, unless something seeped through, his sweatshirt is where all the blood is going to be. Why does he have droplets on his t-shirt? You need to tie that together for me, Mr. Lally.
Hartnett, direct your attention of the screen with now the marker of 242.
Okay,
Do you
the jeans
recognize
with the
that?
belt.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
Got some smears all over the front.
9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items you testified about, did you mark off certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And that's depicted in this photograph.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888. And if you could just zoom in, Ms. Gilman. And again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
I marked off red, brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Are we going to hear this for the rest of the day, the results of all of the testing of all of these stains? We're on like 40 stains now.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers, items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the next exhibits.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did, you know?
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with two different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Neither of them should have been with the Norfolk Detective Unit, right? They should have been with
MSP. Have you
MSP.
had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes,
No.
if you could.
I mean, Tully,
Did you recognize what's
right?
depicted in those
Tully took the
photographs, ma'am?
sneaker.
Yes, I do.
Shouldn't he have provided it?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John O'Keefe
And do you know where they were submitted from?
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'll call them up and please introduce the minutes of that.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with respect to each of those, I'm not seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So,
Okay.
Court officer.
The lights back on, please.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the Rembrandt stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red-brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing a confirmatory test in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red-brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the
How?
screening test and the confirmatory
And
test
where?
for blood.
Where on the sneaker?
With respect to the gray
Top of the
sweatshirt,
toe?
the orange t-shirt, and the jeans.
Where it drips out
What
of
were
your
the results
nose?
of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
So you tested all those little spots. What about the enormous smears that we can see all over this whole shirt on both sides, both shirts?
Now,
Did you test
beyond the
that?
stains, did you take any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for a skin cell collection of the unstained areas, and that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item using something like a flat metal spatula and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Oh, do these guys know how to use evidence tape?
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those were pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the samples that you took from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
As far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So both Mr. Lally and Ms. Hartnett, you have to keep your voices up, or we have to turn the air conditioning on.
Understood, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Wonder if any of that blood was not John's blood. Did
Thank
they
you very
test?
much, ma'am. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All
Did
right.
he land any on the other
Thank you,
guy?
Your Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sally Port, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
My apologies, that was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and for Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's covered a bit? Okay. Yes.
Guys, I'm suspecting she's talking about partially covered because these are
Ms.
autopsy
Hartnett, do you
photos.
recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay,
something
and that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen
So see what I mean
your
about no
visit to
swelling, no bruising?
The Sallyport on February 1st,
It's
correct?
just,
That's
it
correct.
looks
All right.
strange to me.
Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom of the vehicle?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage.
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be, sorry.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from that from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I had mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so I assume, you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or?
Stain, excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Canton Police Department, who shouldn't have even had it in the first place. The conflicted out agency has the bioevidence.
I should ask this. I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not, if you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven other. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past, obviously, this was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis of some vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you'd been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough, or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple
Swabbed
areas
everything with
one
one
swab.
swab.
And then submitted that.
Yes.
So you don't know, as you sit here, where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from,
No, that's correct.
other than the general housing altogether.
Yes. So that just to finish your previous
that's not
question, I
helpful.
did.
I didn't even-
That's okay. It's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a story about a one swab job.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIN system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay. Well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's catch. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that, display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, can we zoom in on the area, and a little bigger than that, capture all of the documents there. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st?
Looks like a lot of road salt.
2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Did we, or it's February 1st now? We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay, and can you, I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you know where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dighton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dayton is, how far would you say Dayton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dayton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't
Yeah,
say.
that's a
And of
great
course, you knew
observation
that
because we
on
don't
February
either.
1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with a blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
He's so descriptive.
With court's permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it as an apparent hair, correct.
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped? It was not affixed in
kinda
any
hanging there.
way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those.
Okay.
Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that zoom? Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I want to try to. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. 163, 175. I'm going to use your zooms the last month. I'm going to hand you those very briefly. Could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second two photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same two photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely. This
the
is not
sticker?
an eye contest.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree, it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved?
Has moved?
It's no longer an inverted C, but a C.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the two ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
Mr. Bates will finish with that. With the court's permission, we can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively, can you take a look at those side by side? And when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
So the hair made it
Does it look from
through a
your
60-mile
perspective,
blizzard.
seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
But walking by it is enough to make it rotate.
There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took two swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the entire
Can you
arm.
describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around
So
all
all
of
them
it
again, one
using the
swab.
same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeated the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No,
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
no.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes that overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
And with the court's permission.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt,
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
the long sleeve gray shirt.
All right, so you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you took scrapings from both shirts, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote-unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the 2 shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever? And
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris,
That's correct.
and there was no videotape of the debris collected?
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes.
Did you recover any gravel,
That's a
dirt,
photograph.
grease, oil?
I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contained the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Is it 261?
Please tell me it's not a Stop
May I
and Shop
approach?
bag.
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that
Of course.
for the date.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, it didn't.
Display
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I think.
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth, may I?
Yes.
Okay, does that look like what you're looking at? Exhibit
A proper evidence bag with tape. No way. Evidence tape?
261?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Who
See if I can
knew?
stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's,
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Your Honor. Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together,
Yes,
stored together.
that's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And
She didn't want to answer that.
at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot. So the taillight housing you took on the 1st?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear, anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the Sally Port, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think I have, it's a two-page document, if I can show Mr. Lowry. Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes.
Wonder why they sat on it so long. Why did they sit on it so long? What upside is there? Waiting to see if she's going to contest it? Is that the deal?
Okay. May I approach one more time now?
If she's not going to fight it and she's just going to plead and run, then we won't actually evaluate any of this evidence.
One more document I'm going to ask you to take
That's all I can
glance
think
at.
of, other than just we're being lazy.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document? The second document that I just had?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with the court permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, two-page document, if I could have that next in order. And then the
chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
So the objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes.
So it's getting, yeah. It's getting marked so that she can talk about it, but it's not coming into evidence yet. They'll have to lay more foundation to get it in as evidence.
Okay.
You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if I think it would help with this.
Okay.
Go a lot faster with those Post-its
The
on.
witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with those, please.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th.
Ollie
on
should be
page-
objecting to all
notated
this
on page
too.
12.
the content from the document that's not admitted, but he's not objecting.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
These are all the later
Correct.
pieces,
And
like
page
the one that
17.
Berkowitz found 10 days later. Are these all those pieces? Because we got 5 or
Yes,
6
that's
on
correct.
day
And then if you
one.
turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange T-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, a gray T-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. I may approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, may I?
Yes.
Ms. Hartnett, before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you've testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further to say.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple.
Now, the vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camp Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, That was a taillight housing that you took from the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from
Asked and
what
answered.
would have been the exposed
Ugh,
area of the taillight,
God.
should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
We saw the melted salt on the
Nothing further
bumper.
on.
On that limited bit,
One follow-up question. May I approach?
yes.
If you've taken one more look at that, what's been marked for identification is you. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Whose name is on the bottom of the form?
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to sidebar?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnett?
Hearsay, it's not authenticated. I mean, legit objection. Don't blame him for trying, but no, you're not going to get that. No, I mean, she photographed the car, Mr. Lally. We looked at all those photographs of the car. Did you see any snow or ice on the car? No, none of us did. It's completely dry. I want to go back and look at that moving hair again. I mean, oh my Lord, the hair makes it 60 miles round trip through a blizzard. And then somebody like walking past the back, the wind from the camera lens is enough to rotate it.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
You are
Thank
all
you.
set.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Ashley Valaire to the stand.
Do that name. Ashley Valaire. Is she the other crime lab person? Vaillier. And yes, she is another crime lab person.
Just step right up here, just watch your step for me.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, Mr. Lally, would you remove the, good afternoon, would you remove the exhibit that's on the witness stand,
Yes, sure.
please? All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ashley Valaire, spelled Vallier.
No first
And-
I. I'll fix that.
Ms. Valaire, What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Mix Villiers, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
What we've been doing is we've had to turn the air conditioning off when we can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr.
And,
Riley.
how long have you been employed at the State Police Crime?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with
DNA?
your undergraduate
She doing
work. Where did
DNA?
you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry and cell biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following
UCSD.
your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
Quite a party school.
I have a Master of Science degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
As far as your work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics Department, doing quality control checks on compounds that they think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab, or the MSPCL, in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned to?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist 1
No
to being
DNA.
a forensic scientist 2 that you
Trace. She analyzed the
A
debris
forensic
in the
scientist
hair.
1 is the initial job
The
that you're hired
apparent
as.
glass.
After you've been at the lab for a year and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
We need to do
Now,
all this
within the
over and over
trace
again,
unit, Can you
Lolly.
describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at, or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers, paint, glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the trace?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
Oh, physical
And
match.
as far as each of those respective categories, is those the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, as far as the physical match component that you were talking about, can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes into that, or what are you looking at, what are you doing in regard to your analysis with that?
Physical match analysis is looking at 2 or more items that have broken or irregular edges and seeing if they fit together like sort of like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as
Accredited to look
Correct.
at edges together.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation?
I have to do
for yourself
puzzles.
or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed off to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency testing in?
I've taken proficiency tests in gunshot residue analysis and physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the various areas of work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
People not liking her hair, guys. I had pretty much this exact haircut when I was in college.
And did you
Same
remember
dye
refresh
job,
as to
same hair,
which items of
everything.
clothing you looked at?
Take for that what you
Yeah,
will.
so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with
I like
respect
long
to
hair, but
each of
short
those
hair
items,
is so
had
convenient.
a lab
My
sort of
husband just
label
didn't
number
like it.
associated with it. Is
So
that
here I
correct?
am.
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7-something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with the specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the trace?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. And so I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item, 7-18.18, what, if anything, did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what, if any, measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what, if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
Has she
And
said
so what, if
anything
any,
yet? I mean, if she
training
said
does Ms.
anything that
Hanley
matters,
have,
I've missed
that
it.
you do not have in order to conduct that sort of further analysis?
I'm just
So Christina Hanley is
kind of snoozing
the
with
trace
my
supervisor,
eyes open here.
and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. You see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
So essentially, those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
The findings, Lally. The
Of the initial
findings.
items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
What did she find when she
what were
examined the
those,
debris?
Generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
So they were all labeled as recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had received?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass, and one drinking straw.
And those
Drinking
items
straw.
were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first, which are the ones that you don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody. And then I will document the packaging with photographs. And then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do, in fact, fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then once that first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open the second item and do the same thing until all of the items have been documented.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of the physical process of what you did in this case, with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of physically, what did you do with those items?
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took notes, looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope, and then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging. And then I looked at the photographs to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together. And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were possible physical match fits among those questioned items, then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
I mean, this poor girl is just on her own because Lally is such a terrible
Madam Mayor,
questioner.
Yes.
She's having to come up with what she needs to say and what the important information is. He's not helping. So yeah, I'm not surprised she's stammering a little bit and thinking over, using the verbal tics, I mean, we all have some verbal tics, most of us. I do. I use the so. Those are my worst ones.
This way I'm showing you a.
But I'll give you a good
9
every now and then.
photographs accessible. Those will help when you finish.
The straw. What straw? She said a drinking straw. Where did that
Do you
come
recognize
from?
those?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence bag that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce the minutes of next exhibits. No objection.
Wouldn't surprise me at this point. Maybe Chief Berkowitz saw it driving by from 100 yards away.
So it's 262 through 27.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs in the jury, please?
Okay.
And Ms. Tillman, if I could have photograph 1905. Mr. Blair, what's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which has now been marked as exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence back that you were
Broken
presented
red
with
piss?
regard to
No,
items,
broken red
labeled
glass.
7-1?
That's
Took
the
me a
sea line.
second there.
Yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as this process that you're talking about, sort of fitting the puzzle pieces together, how long and how laborious a process did that entail?
In this case specifically,
Yes.
there were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I could have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the three pieces in item 7-5.
So the three pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item, is that correct? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
AMV 2223.
Showing you another 7 photographs. If you can give me those.
Bev was daydreaming
And do you
there.
recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibits. No objection.
She's not even going to admit it on the record. She gets cranky when she doesn't get to micromanage what's going on. She has to just sit back there in the dark and glower.
Exhibits 271 through 277.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs to the jury at this time.
Okay?
Gentlemen, if I can have photograph 1921. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just rotate that. So, Mr. Lear, what's up on the screen, and it's, that's photograph 1921, exhibit 271. That is the evidence bag or box that contains the items in reference to lab item 7-6.
422.
Correct.
The clear plastic
And
out there.
with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state committees, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
And from the labeling that's exhibited in, labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271, that actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected, correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
It's fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them, or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them, some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924. And again, what's up?
Oh, my Lord. Somebody wake me up when something happens. Two big old chunks of clear plastic.
Marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears two pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Like a 6-inch long piece of
Apparent
plastic.
yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Bring you another series of photographs if you could review those. Look up when you're finished.
Yeah, Lolly is killing us today. too, Bev. Me too. I'll sit and rock with you in solidarity. But unlike you, I have no power to move this along. You could be doing something about this. Again, with the organizing, I don't understand how these items are organized.
And do you
I don't
recognize what's depicted in
understand
those photographs, ma'am?
how the
I do.
photos are
And what do you recognize those?
organized.
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce the resident. Okay.
I don't know that he's not. I don't think it's Foundation that is necessarily holding all of this up, because he's not objecting to any of it. It's literally the marking process that Judge Bev has insisted on. She's the one that has been all over the place with how we have to do it.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well? Ms. Valier, with regard to the items that were contained within these variety of ballot boxes that you had received as evidentiary items, what, if any, difference was there between sort of color, the size, the shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
That guy
Were
in
they
the
all
front
sort
row
of
looks like he's
uniform as to
dozing.
their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you note between them?
Between
Or
the
just
items
resting
that
his
that
eyes?
we've already published, or just all of them? And
All of them in general.
so some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, were they, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things of that nature?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to
Does it matter?
find
Does
a
it
match.
matter if
Correct.
she measured them or not? Does that matter?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
Aren't we leading up to she put these pieces together? Can we please just get to that? I know we can't. I know we got to waste the entire afternoon.
And what's up on the screen is now Exhibit 278. Do you recognize that's the bag of boxes that contains item 7-8?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1934.
When it matters, he doesn't ask, and when it doesn't matter, he
What
does.
contains in this exhibit up on the screen, number 279, do you recognize that as contents that were collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8?
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen in exhibits 279, each of them would have been respectively labeled as far as, say, 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A piece B, piece C, all the way down to,
Is that a big
Well,
circular
however
piece of
many there were.
plastic over there on the left?
You label them individually as sort of letters, is that correct?
correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1928. If we could zoom just a little bit in on that.
Yeah. What is that?
The next flare, what's depicted up on the screen within this exhibit of 282.
Looks like
do you
the
recognize
bottom
that?
of like a bucket.
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that was submitted within this as far as 7-8 that you examined throughout the course of your analysis, correct?
It was. There's actually two pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Okay.
Does this have anything to do with anything? This looks like if you go to Costco, they have these pickles, these like dill pickles that come in a little plastic bucket. It just looks like the bottom of that bucket. That's what it looks like. I mean, what is this? Does it have anything to do with anything? We're back to the dump here. This is the opposite of a discovery dump because we're here in trial. This is a trial dump. He's just dumping everything out here and leaving it to us to sort out. And I have to assume that it's because the process of selecting out, sorting for us, presenting only the pieces that are important and relevant would highlight how few of them they are and how not strong they are. So he thinks that just by burying us in all of this trash, somehow that makes his case look stronger? It doesn't. It doesn't at all. Yeah, I mean, is that where we're at here? Oh, time for the pickle buckets. I mean, it does, doesn't it? It just looks like some random thing that they scraped off the road, which makes sense if you're collecting stuff from the road. It's probably not going to be just the little pieces of taillight that you think are important. I mean, there's trash all over the road. Oh man, and this is so bad that we have to have a sidebar. Please tell me this sidebar is Judge Bev getting this to move along. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm really not. But yikes. Oh, do a little Judge Bev in my chair here. Come on up, sweetie. Everyone wants to say hi. Come on up. We'll see if I can get her to jump up. Come on up. Up, up. There you go. What a good girl. This is the little pup. This is not the big snorer. This is the little girl. She sleeps very delicately and sweetly. You want to come up, old fatso? No, he doesn't. Gonna go snore in another room. Oh, please tell us you got it to move along. If Karen's happy, I'm happy.
Paul, we're gonna illustrate in sessions, so we'll use that time already.
Look at these clumps of things. Are we just marking everything now? Oh, man. This is excruciating. Come on back. Come keep me company. Come on. What a good girl. Up, 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 up. Up, up. Oh. All right. There we go. There you go, sweetheart. What a good girl. Yes, say hi to the camera. Isn't she beautiful? She's a sweet little angel. We just love her. She's way more entertaining than whatever is going on the screen right now. Yeah, sweetheart. I see you. I see you. You've been very good today.
Jesus Christ.
Very good and quiet. She was our show dog. Well, actually, the old Fatso, he was our first show dog because he actually liked it and did well at it. But Buffy hated it. It wasn't her scene, as beautiful as she is. So she got fired. She got fired from the show ring. No, she's just a pet.
Okay.
Is even Lally getting frustrated with Lally now?
You are unmuted.
She is not a Ridgeback. She is not a Weimaraner. She's a Vizsla. Both of my dogs are Vizslas. She's coming up on 3 years old. The old Fatso is like 13. He's getting old. He's getting real old. All right, off you go.
Thank you. Maybe you see the foot back.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
You recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you as the next. Oh, there's.
We didn't get moved along. Back to the same old scene. Photos of 7-10. How many pieces of plastic in this one? Quick, over under on 4 pieces of plastic.
And again, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have photo 1952. And Ms. Blair, what's depicted up on the screen is that's the bag of box.
Well, just the bag so far, of course.
Yes.
Got to be the bag.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. And what's up on the screen
One
is
single
that's,
piece of
the item that was
plastic.
contained within,
How
that
big
bag.
is this tail light?
May I approach the witness
Now,
again, Your
now
Honor?
we got a big 4-inch piece. How big is this tail light?
Showing you another series of photographs, if you could view those before we finish.
Why do these all need to be in separate bags? What is going on? Was it because these are all the ones that were found like individually on different days? They just happened to go by and find another piece of taillight? How many pieces are we getting through? I mean, if I remember right, he said something like 40 some pieces of taillight in his opening. One of the few things he gave us as like an actual fact.
And Ms. Valair, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those
If he
photographs,
said
is
it,
that
I
a fair
didn't
and
write
accurate
it
portrayal of
down.
those items when you received them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
Madam Mayor Pro,
Yes.
almost seek to introduce and admit as the next.
Okay. Verify clear, just fix these before you-
I mean, we're on what, like maybe just over
It's not
10?
the first motion.
Oh my God. Just end it.
Thank you.
He said in his opening the hair
And
was
Your Honor,
found
court's
in the
permission may
bumper.
publish, what's now been marked as 296 through 309.
That's not it.
Yes.
Gilman, if I can have photograph 1958. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that's the evidence bag or box that contains those items that you're testifying about, 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962. Ms. Blair, now what's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as exhibit 297. Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little bit on items of evidence, please. Now, contained within this are three clear pieces of glass or plastic, if you know.
I have to look at my notes to see what I
Oh my God.
wrote them as.
My other question, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may.
Yes. Go ahead, look at your notes.
My notes have gone from item 7-5, item 7-6, item 7-10. I'm now at 7- care. I
After
don't
finding out
care.
What type of material is that?
Doesn't matter
Three pieces of
anymore.
apparent plastic.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could slow down just a little. I'm sorry. Up. Thank you very much. The item that's contained above those three pieces of apparent clear plastic, what is that?
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
The black straw.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1964.
And the evidentiary value of the black straw is what?
Ms. Gilman. And what's up on the screen next to Blair now, and has been marked as exhibit 299, is that essentially the straw next to a ruler with its measurements, is that correct?
Yes.
Why does she not measure it from the end of the ruler, from the point where the measurement starts? I got to eyeball it, a 1/2 inch to 5.5 inches.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Okay.
7 dash doesn't matter. Seven dash kill me now. 7 dash nap time. Seven dash almost happy hour. It's only 12:43 p.m. here, and I'm supposed to box tonight, so I'm still a long ways from happy hour. I haven't been sparring for a while, but we got a new girl, and she said she's going to be there tonight, so I feel sort of obligated. I have this duty to encourage the
And Your Honor, with
girls.
court's permission, if I could publish.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1979. Again, next layer, what's up on the screen is that the bag, evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Yes.
And for the record, that's been marked as exhibit 310. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1982. And again, this layer, what's depicted up on the screen on exhibit 311 is that the items, or the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag and abuse exhibit, item 7-11.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the exhibit.
Okay.
Three 25, 326, 327.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2009. So if I could draw your attention up to the screen just for a moment, what's now been marked as exhibit 325, do you recognize what that is?
I do.
That's back.
So I've got a few little just sparring,
Yes.
little short messing around clips up on Instagram, but I don't really have a lot of boxing videos, definitely not recent stuff. But I know people have been asking, but you know, other people at the gym got to be cool with it and stuff, so I'm working on it. I know people would like to see it, so I'm seeing what I can do.
Portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
The better
Yes.
way for Lally to do this is to not do this. This is not necessary.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
This is
Were you
completely
able
not
to review,
necessary. We don't
both
need
of
to
those
see
photographs that I just placed
all of
before you?
these bags and
Yes.
individual
And, do you
pieces of
recognize those?
plastic.
Yes.
And
We
what do you
just need
recognize
the
those?
end result. We
The
need her to
photos of item
testify.
7-12.
These are the ones she got. This is what she
If
did
I
with
could
them.
have- Excuse me, ask those to be marked.
All of this is just an enormous waste of time.
Okay.
I don't get hit in the nose much anymore. I used to get hit in the nose all the time. I mean, you know, it's right there. But now I got much better head movement. I got much better reaction. I don't get hit in the nose hardly at all. But I still bleed because you can like hit me in the side of the head and my nose will start to bleed, you know, or you can like knock me good in the forehead and my nose will start to bleed. So it's a little irritating.
It's 328 through 342.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015.
I didn't hear no bell.
Where my direct attention up to the screen.
You said it, I
What's contained
didn't.
in what's remarked now is Exhibit 328. Those, the evidence back that contain the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018.
Oh my God, finally, like
Ms. Blair, directing your attention.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 pieces in one item. Now we're getting somewhere.
That were contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit.
Yes.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth, seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibit. Okay.
Boxing is like the best sport ever. I wish I had found it when I was a kid, you know? I wish I had started young. I didn't start until I was already, 30 something. I was already old. It's like the best workout there is. It's fun. It's great. I just love it. And getting hit is really, it's just not that bad. And the longer you do it, the less you get hit, so. I mean, is he even going to be done with all this plastic by 4 o'clock? Are we done at 4? Or is Bev going to take us to 4:30 with this?
It's 343 through 351 now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997.
30-something is very old in sports years. Very old in starting something new years.
Depicted on the screen in that photograph, which has now been marked as Exhibit 343, is that the evidence bag that contained the items labeled as 7-13?
Yes.
I have not tried jujitsu. I'm not trying to get touched at the gym. Okay, this is why I box. No, I'm not there to hug, get ringworm and stuff. Oh, disgusting.
To the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit bag from prior exhibits, collectively labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Yes.
As far as the photographs that I had placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of item 7-15.
And what's contained in those photographs is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in item 7-15.
It is.
What, do you not get ringworm from jujitsu? All the like sweating and hugging and skin and
hold on
stuff
one
like that?
second, Madam
Oh, God, it
Clerk.
just grosses me out just thinking about it. I said it because I know you get it from hot yoga. They have problems all the time. Like always, if you do hot yoga, always bring your own mat. Do not use the community mat because people sweat all over it and it's so incredibly unhygienic. And so, yeah, it's kind of common to get ringworm in hot yoga. Jiu-jitsu, you're hot, you're sweaty, you're all tied up with other people in their sweat. I'm just saying, seems like a little lab, a little germ lab to me. Now, gi, okay, if we're talking like gi, if I can wear a gi, I thought about doing judo. Judo actually sounds kind of interesting to me. I like the idea of like the throws and the leverage and stuff, and you wear the gi. So I might be okay with that. But overall, no, I'm tall, I'm long. I'm not about touching. I don't want to go to the ground. No, I want you at a distance, way there at the end of my jab where I can set you up where I want you. That's my game. Good Lord, are we still looking at plastic here? What on earth is going on in here? Oof.
352 to 368.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Gentlemen, if I can have
Oh, my
photograph
Lord.
072.
Yeah, boxing is just like blood and hepatitis and stuff like that. You get blood, everybody's blood all over your face. It's totally way better.
7-15, that's now been marked 352.
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2077. Again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence bag contained in the prior exhibit.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Valera, as far as your analysis was concerned with regard to each of these items, and we'll get to that a little bit, I think, the next time. But with regard to...
No, let's not get to it next time. Let's
the
please
labels that you
not.
assigned to them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went. When you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify that?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to
Are you going to bring the
find
pieces
some
into court?
consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical method?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote down my notes, and then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or the matches that you were examining or looking for, was that solely within piece to piece, or at some point did you also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tailor?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to the pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece one. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the taillight.
Your Honor, I think that may.
Okay.
All right, so, Ms. Delia, we're going to have you back on Wednesday. Very good. So we asked you to wait.
My God, I'm going to
Jurors,
need a
so
whole
we
day to
don't meet
recover from
tomorrow,
this
we'll
one.
meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. I know we took a long time today with getting exhibits in before you, but it's a very important part of the case, and it does just take some time.
You keep
So we
saying
appreciate
that. They already know that.
All right, we'll see you on Wednesday.
Oh, yikes.
You are
I'll mute it in case they decide to do something, but I doubt they will. I mean, what is there even to say? What is there even to say? The one swab lady, I mentioned I have a one swab story. Yeah. I got a guy that was convicted and sent to prison for life based off of trace DNA that the forensic tech, who, by the way, had no training at all, is basically just trained on the job. She's hired by the police department and they tell her how to do stuff. And she swabs, like, it's the cuffs of this jacket that's found at the crime scene, swabs the interior of the cuffs, and gets a DNA touch mixture. And my client is identified as the primary contributor, the main contributor. This jacket, this whole crime scene, this is basically a homeless camp. So it was this absolutely terrible case, and there's really no other evidence that was tying him to it. So a very, very frustrating case. That was just one of many pieces of forensic head scratching with that one. But the really frustrating part, it's trace DNA, a mixture of trace DNA that is essentially that's what they have to convict him off of. And it's a bench trial, and the judge does convict him. Well, it turns out the defense lawyer had gotten funding, gotten approval to hire a DNA expert, and then never bothered to call the guy, never followed up with him at all, never did anything. And his explanation for it was, well, this DNA evidence was just so obviously weak and full of holes, I didn't think I needed to do anything further, which is, not really a good explanation, because clearly the judge disagreed with you. He's going to have his own opinion about the weight to put on it, and the judge put an enormous amount of weight on it. So client gets convicted. After the fact, he ends up getting in touch with this expert, and the expert very kindly takes a look at it for free and is like, hey, had this lawyer actually followed up with me, I would have told you this is a very low quality, low quantity sample of DNA. It's consistent with contamination. Swabbing all over different things. There's photos of this jacket, like they find this jacket at the scene supposedly inside out, but the first time they photograph it, it's right side out. So, who is touching stuff all over here and turning it right side out, inside out? Oh, really, really bad case. That's what single swabbing makes me think of. Anyway, I couldn't make any headway with his appeal on it. He spent probably 10 years in prison on it, but he, after my case, he took it up on a federal habeas petition, and the federal court decided that my judges misunderstood the law, misapplied the law. I made an adequate record, and basically there was it was ineffective assistance of counsel, clearly prejudicial to not hire this expert. Like, duh. I mean, duh. It's shocking to me that I even had to make this argument, let alone that I didn't win it in the Court of Appeals. But they won it in the federal court, so he did ultimately get his habeas relief, and yeah, conviction got reversed. So anyway, that's my single swab. That's my single swab story. You know, what I was thinking about with this car stuff and Ellen Jackson's line of questioning about, did it look like normal wear and tear? Does this look like a car that's directly off the lot and stuff like that? It just reminded me of how so much of this forensic analysis, it's made to look so objective. It's made to look like we're just following the facts. But the point is that they have decided what they think is relevant on here. That's what they're highlighting out, and that's what they're presenting. We don't even know if any of these scratches were there before. We don't know how any of this stuff was caused. But they see it and they think it's consistent with what I believe. And so they treat it and call it evidence. And so it's pitched as like this very objective thing, but it's not. It's still just cherry picked. It's still just stuff that has been deliberately highlighted for purposes of being able to support a specific position. I mean, plastic. Going through my notes here, plastic, don't care, plastic that. I mean, what a waste of an afternoon, holy cow. That was excruciating and so unnecessary, none of this is necessary. I'm wondering, is he now going to put in the actual pieces of plastic? Are we going to get the actual pieces of plastic put into evidence after she, I mean, what did she do to fit them together? How does this get documented? Does it get photographed? Is it made permanent? I mean, you can't put it back in the evidence bag that you got it from if you do that. I don't know. The whole thing is just seeming pretty ridiculous. So she's able to fit a bunch of pieces together, but only some of them match up with the taillight housing. Is that what I gathered? And the other ones don't, do they fit to each other? I don't know. Well, lucky us. I guess we get to hear more on Wednesday. Half day on Wednesday, right? The suffering can only go on so long. Well, my goodness. Let me take a look at where we're at here. So let's go ahead and see what you guys had to say. Where did I get left off? We left off at the jurors being disqualified. Unhung hero. What if the witness is full of shit? Are their answers really evidence? Yeah, you know, you say that like this is a rare occurrence. I mean, it's totally up to the jury to decide how much weight and credibility they give any of the evidence. Not uncommon, especially some of these experts and doctors. I mean, like the ER doc that we saw, what was his problem? What was his problem last week? He was so antagonistic and just, I don't know, but these are people that can often be a little bit overinflated in their self-importance. They can be a little pompous on the stand. Yeah, it's really evidence. It's just that how much it counts for anything is entirely up to the jury. Feral Dragon is a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you so much for your support. Rosemaria Tardo, as you say, many people trampled on that snow, so if he's saying they found the pieces of taillight on newly fresh snow, one might question it being planted after additional snow had fallen. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying about the like layers and stuff, and how all of that is completely useless anyway once we're dealing with a snowbank that the plow has thrown up into this area. I mean, the plow threw the snow over here. So we don't have any way to be able to determine really what was where or where it was originally deposited. We just know where it was found. So yeah, if it's sitting on top of fresh snow, I mean, yeah, how did it get there? That's the $1 million question. If it's sitting on top of fresh snow, it's in the same position that John O'Keefe was. Oh no, wait, right? That's just what we were told. That's just what we were told. So if it's sitting on top of fresh snow, it's there before John O'Keefe was there. Because we know John wasn't there until there's plenty of compacted snow for him to be resting on. So yeah, this is what I'm saying about the dump. He's dumping so much stuff out here, including so much of this useless stuff. And I have to become suspicious at a certain point that it's because there's too many bad details in here for him. He's hoping we won't notice stuff like that. If we don't notice that it was on the fresh snow, then we won't question the timeline. We won't question the order of events and stuff like that. We won't question whether we can even attribute this piece of plastic to this incident, to this car, etc. Are they going to do materials analysis? I mean, when you have something like a taillight, you know, it's manufactured with certain materials. You can typically go and find out what that is. Might be a little bit annoying or complicated or whatever to actually like break down the chemical structure of the light, of the plastic, see if it matches or whatever, but you can at least like check the pattern. I don't know if they're going to do anything like that, but Nathan C., thank you for covering this, Andrea. Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you for being here with us. Legal Vices, Jeff is here. I didn't see him. What, if any, pieces of evidence did you find outside of the area Tully pointed to and told you to search during your extensive 55-minute search? Yeah. Yeah, Tully said, look here. Tully said, look here. I mean, that's what I'm saying about cherry-picked, right? You make it look like we're just objective. We just happen to be out here and we're going to find whatever and make sense out of it. No, you're targeted. You're targeted in what you're looking for. They're telling you where to go, what to look for. Lo and behold, you find it. Yeah, I just don't know about that. And 55 minutes to search this entire area. I mean, I described from an archaeological standpoint what that sort of grid excavation process looks like. Takes a long time. I mean, it is excruciatingly long, but that's how you do it if you want to be sure that you know what exactly you found where, in what position, at what layer, and so forth. So clearly not what we saw in those photographs. We see shovels just apparently grabbing and dumping snow wherever, finding whatever. I mean, what a mess. What a mess. Kevin Costello, Andrea, your analysis on how the judge has been conditioned to rule for the state was phenomenal. Well, thank you. I'd like to say, because I have no real world experience with that, I just thought it up off the top of my head. But no, unfortunately, you see this all the time. You see it all the time. You know, yeah, judges, they rule for the defense, they get smacked down, and they change their tune very rapidly. They learn really, really quickly. Boy, it's embarrassing to get reversed, and that doesn't happen nearly as much when I rule for the state. Britt Cormier, on cross, how many sets of footprints were leading to where you found those taillight pieces? Or do you think they threw them into their found locations? Let my ass off. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the conditions around all of this stuff, it's already so disturbed and so tainted, right? We know this entire area is not fresh. The cars were driving there. The ambulance was driving there. The people are walking all over there. Karen is running around in circles over there. They're doing CPR. They're getting him on the gurney. They're, the stretcher. They're pulling the stretcher over, pulling the stretcher back. So much activity going on there. And then, by the way, we're going to bury everything with a snowplow. I mean, there's just no, feasible way that you can infer anything about the time and how the deposition occurred under these kinds of circumstances. You can't. Palmyra Productions gifted 5 Andrea Burkhart memberships. Thank you so much. Wow, what a great gift, great support. Really appreciate it. And also became a YouTube member. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you so much. Appreciate having you here with the channel. Zoo Blues is a gifted an Andrea Burkhart membership. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. mispronounced name. We, the jury, find Lally guilty of wasting our time. They should write that in, right? They should just go ahead and write that onto their verdict form. Say, forget whatever it is you're telling us we have to decide. This is a crime. What we are being subjected to here, and not just a crime. This is cruel and unusual. Okay, this is a shocking the conscience level of awfulness that we are having to endure. Steve F. Bevy gave that instruction from the outset because she knows the Commonwealth is going to get roasted on all this. Yeah, you know, I mean, the defense certainly does ask these questions, these loaded questions. Facts are not in evidence, and they do. They have a way of characterizing stuff. It's very clever how they do it. But that, you know, that's the nature of cross-examination. If you dispute the characterization, then go ahead and dispute it. But it's not like the Commonwealth doesn't do this all the time too. I mean, they are constantly, the questions, Lally's questions just kill me. They're so bad. Every single one of them is objectionable. It's rambling, it's vague, it's compound, it assumes facts not in evidence. It's leading. I mean, just so many problems with all of it. So yeah, I would love to know what was the trigger for her to give this instruction now? Like, why did she decide this instruction needed to be given this morning? Like, what was the impetus? Did she think about this over the weekend and decide she needed to do that first thing Monday? I don't know. Did somebody complain? I mean, surely it cannot have been a sidebar complaint. No. I would hope not, but wouldn't put it past it at this point. Kevin Costello, dog, why have we not seen him on camera? Well, the old fatty is very sleepy. He's busy snoring. So you got the little girl. One of these days, maybe the old man will be with us. He's back in his heavy doze right now. He's also quite a bit bigger than she is. She's a very small dog for a Vizsla, probably about 45 pounds or so. He's more like 55, 60. That's why he's the old fatso. So he's a little harder for me to, you know, get up here and cuddle with him on my lap. Plus, you know, he's old and creaky and stuff, so he doesn't enjoy that kind of thing as much. But we'll see if we can get a shot of him for you at some point. Stephanie Edmonds became a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you so much for your support. Carazola X, you can't convict someone for having RBF. Oh, can't you? I bet they can. The problem is, you know, Judge Bev isn't on trial. So, Brooke, towed through a blizzard with glass sitting on the bumper. Somebody needs to be investigated, and it's not Karen. How stupid are we supposed to be here? How stupid are we supposed to be? The moving hair that made it through the blizzard, the plastic, tiny little pieces of plastic perched on top of the bumper. Didn't Lally tell us it was embedded? I mean, this came up. I swear, didn't Lally tell us it was embedded in the bumper in his opening? Hasn't he exaggerated quite a lot of this stuff? He told us the hair was in the bumper. Like, I'm expecting to see a dent, you know, and a piece of hair stuck out of it, because that's often what happens when you hit a living thing. Anybody who has hit a deer, you know, I mean, we hit a deer once, Jeff hit a deer once, and we are still, you find little bits of deer hair like over behind the radiator and stuff for years afterwards. That's what I'm expecting, hair in the bumper. No, this moving thing just sort of sitting on the outside of the car. Ridiculous. And it just goes to show, again, anybody with a brain can be like, it probably doesn't have evidentiary value because you can't explain the deposition and why it is still here under these circumstances. We're going to explain the complete and total lack of any kind of blood evidence on the undercarriage, no hair, no blood, no tissue, nothing like that, because there was a blizzard. But this precariously non-stuck moving hair on the outside, it just goes to show you they are choosing what they think is relevant in presenting that. So can't wait to see what we get from that mitochondrial DNA testing. Is this even a human hair? Does it even matter? I mean, it's just getting a little bit ridiculous. The Chungi Show live. I worry the jury is hearing this and buying the prosecutor's logic. Some deciding it makes sense. Juries are sometimes unpredictable. You will never go broke. Betting on jury uncertainty. I mean, the jury, you can't predict them. It's true. You have no idea what they're going to do, what they consider important. I can't tell you how many times you go through a jury trial, you get the verdict, and you get a chance to talk to them after the facts. Like, one of the best parts, honestly, about doing trials is because you get to learn about people's decision-making process. What did they focus on? What mattered to them? What really made a difference? And I can't think of a single time when the thing that mattered to the jury, the real key to their decision, I never would have predicted it. I mean, it was never anything that I thought, oh yeah, that was really significant. It will be fairly random things a lot of the times. So people, I've said many times, normal people don't think like lawyers. So I do expect that. I do expect that what makes sense to other people is not necessarily the same thing that makes sense to me, because my brain has been trained to work in this very specific way. And I'm not saying that's necessarily good. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. It's just a kind of specific thing that happens. But yeah, you don't know. We don't know. And I mean, with all of this time that has gone on, we're still in the Commonwealth's case here. We're still in the Commonwealth's case here. And it's easy for me as the lawyer to sit here from the outside and say they should be so far ahead by now. With all of this time they have had to run the ball, they should be, they should be all the way across the field. They should be like steps from the end zone, right? I don't see it. I don't see it. But you're absolutely right that we don't know how the jury is taking this. They could be seeing this and thinking, oh my gosh, a hair. I mean, it must have been a bad accident if a hair will stick on the car all the way through a 60-mile-an-hour blizzard. You just don't know. Steve Trammell, where the hell is the SUV's event data recorder? Yeah, that's a $1 million question, isn't it? That's a $1 million question, isn't it? Where's the event data recorder? What does it show? Why haven't we heard that? Why isn't that the first thing we've heard? I mean, because that would show us there's been an accident, right? Right? So wouldn't we lead with that and then go ahead and get into the mechanics of like how the taillight hit and caused the dent on the bumper and shattered the pieces and left the hair and so on and so forth, dragged the arm or whatever the theory is for what happened to the arm. Yeah, if there was strong event data recorder evidence, I think we would already know that. And so what can we infer? What can we infer from not knowing anything about it? Yeah, I don't think there's going to be good evidence for the Commonwealth there. Rube, there's Sally Port video of her collecting taillight, etc. Why not show it? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, do we need to see her struggling with a wire harness? Is it going to add? I mean, I guess. I feel like if there was something there in terms of like another officer ungloved contaminating the piece of evidence or something like that, the defense would have shown it to us. Something there that's so significant that it needed to be elicited. So it would just become repetitive, because this is Lally. We're going to hear all this stuff anyway. We're going to see the still photos anyway. Please, please don't make us also watch a video. Everage, you make logically conclusions based on your experiences. Do you think the jury can come to the same conclusions? Well, it's my job as the lawyer to explain my thought process to the jury and get them to see things the way that I see them. And just from what we've seen from these lawyers so far, who has the better skill at that? It's not Mr. Lally, okay? It is not Mr. Lally. He hasn't been able to tell us a coherent story. He's flinging mud. He's, you know, the chimpanzee in the zoo in that enclosure. He's just flinging it out there, and no cohesive, really anything at all. He couldn't even tell us a story in opening. You've had a couple years to put this case together based on this evidence. And you couldn't tell us in opening a clear, coherent story of what happened and how the evidence is going to support that. We just got this muddled, non-chronological, non-linear, sort of meandering mess of people are going to testify about their observations. I mean, we got more names out of that opening statement that mean nothing. They mean nothing. Names mean nothing. But we got more names out of that opening statement than we got details that are going to tell us what the story is. So, I mean, that's really the bottom line, is who is going to be more skilled at communicating their reasoning to the jury and inviting the jury to adopt their reasoning with them. I don't think it's going to be Lally. I don't think it's going to be Lally. Fighting Usyk, 47 pieces of taillight, but 0 embedded in John's head. I mean, what do we have? We have an egg on the forehead. We have a contusion on the eyebrow, but I don't think those are in the same place, right? They're not associated. They're not like the same injury, the same impact. Plus he's got the injury on the nose. Plus he's got the injuries on his hands, the arm. Yeah, just one of many problems here. And of course, he told us there was going to be lots of microscopic pieces of plastic from the taillight that was found in John's clothing. I guess we're probably waiting to hear that from this witness on Wednesday, if that's the case. We know about the debris collection now, but I don't know that we can conclude much from that whole process. Cargo pilot guy, I think the country needs more judges like you. Well, thank you. I have considered it, and so far I have ruled it out, mainly just because judges, they're political positions. There's a game you got to play if you want to get in that position, and it's just not my game. It's just not my game. I am too fond of saying what I really think, and that just doesn't go well with being a judge, you know. You got to get into the political circles. You got to do the schmoozing, the hobnobbing, the hanging out with people that you really don't like because they're the people that have aspired to these positions of power and stuff. It's just really not my scene. But I do appreciate the compliment. Tara Rayner, my company does collision work. A 6'2" man would do more damage, such as to the bumper. The plow blade, however. Yeah, plow blade is an interesting, makes a lot more sense. Any kind of metal on metal makes more sense to me for these scratches and these gouges and stuff than a human body. That is, if they're even associated, with this incident and not just damage that's already on the car. We don't know. There's no way to test a scratch and be like, this is an old scratch, this is a new scratch. Although I did. It's another case I had. I had a case where the officer did indeed testify that he could identify the fresh damage on the car. Absolutely killed me. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the bumper, I mean, this is what I've been saying. Aren't these portions of the car, aren't they specifically designed to crumple? Isn't that the whole point, that they're made in such a way that they aren't really that strong because they're there to absorb the impact and collapse and, basically dissipate the force of the impact that way. I would expect a lot more damage to the bumper from hitting a human body hard enough to throw him and kill him. Yeah, I would expect a lot more damage. I'm not an expert, not going to say it can't happen, but it just doesn't pass the eye test. Certainly. Zoo Blues gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support for the channel. Deb Wagner gifted a membership. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate it. Thank you on behalf of everybody who gets to be a member now because of you guys. Shy Gal 8 became a YouTube member. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate having you on the crew. Cargo pilot guy, Bev let unauthenticated screenshots in evidence. Well, no, they did authenticate the screenshots. Now it goes to wait, but authentication is a pretty low bar, right? All you need is somebody to get on the stand and say, this is true and accurate. This is in the same condition it was, when I took the screenshot or whatever. And so we don't have to believe their denial that they did any type of editing to it, any type of modification or whatever. You don't have to believe that. But in terms of clearing the authentication bar, it's enough just that somebody gets on the stand and says that's the case. The whole issue with that report that Mr. Jackson, the chain of custody report that Mr. Jackson was trying to get her to testify from, is that she didn't produce it. She doesn't know. She can't attest to anything like that. And so it's what they were doing in that situation is fairly common. You go ahead and mark it and you can ask them questions about it, but you're going to have to, if you want that piece of evidence into evidence, you're going to have to establish the foundation through somebody who does have that knowledge, who can say either, yes, I prepared it, or yes, this is a business record, ordinary course of business, stored this way, I pulled it off of the computer, true and accurate copy, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of what was going on with that, except that it ended up being totally moot because he just got her to testify to the contents of the document anyway. Lally didn't object. So there it is. You don't even need it in evidence because the jury's already heard what you wanted it in evidence for. It's just a clown show, some of this stuff. Brooke, does the court reporter have to put in the transcript every time? I saw this, I highlighted it because a really good court reporter, yes, they will. Yes. Not everyone will do it. There is a lot more subjectivity in court reporting than you might think. And so, yeah, things like clearing your throat, noises that you make on the stand, stuff like that. People can be better or worse. Yas, uh-huhs, things like that. If you got a really good court reporter, yeah, they're going to catch all that stuff. There's a very famous case in Washington where it has to do with prosecutorial misconduct by basically invoking racial bias during your closing argument by, just kind of being like, well, but the guy is black. You need to convict him. He's black. And one of the ways that the record was created, it came out, was because the prosecutor during his closing argument was kind of mimicking the speech patterns of, the defendant and several of the witnesses, his witnesses who are black people. And so he's talking about the police, and he's just like being very, very derogative and sarcastic and very unpleasant with this form of argument. Well, it offended the court reporter so much that she went ahead and wrote it down in the transcript with that emphasis on it, the big all caps "po" and then the dash lease, police, so that the attorney who is reviewing that has it's been signposted for you exactly how this word is being said. Because normally, if you just write police, I read it in the transcript. It's dry. I don't know how you pronounce it. I don't know what the intonation is and stuff like that. So that was a situation where a court reporter, got real down and technical with level of detail in how the testimony and the argument is being presented than you might expect happens. And oftentimes it won't happen like that. So anyway, in the transcript, I sure hope so. I mean, that's a sign of a good court reporter when you see the ums in there. NJ Kathy, I feel like we are watching a lousy version of My Cousin Vinny. It's so much less entertaining, right? I mean, no way would Vinny have tolerated all of this plastic nonsense. I mean, we would have had some kind of interjection already, something to bring the life back into this courtroom. My Lord. American Dreamer, treats for doggos from my cat Obi. Oh, thank you, Obi. The doggos will enjoy that. They do love their treats very much. They have they got bark boxes for Christmas from father-in-law, so they do get quite a few treats. They always like new ones. You know what they like, and I haven't gotten them for a long time. I haven't gotten them any raw bones. They love raw bones, like raw beef knuckles, beef ribs, things like that. Just a nice, good thing to chew on. You get them raw so they don't shatter, and it helps with their teeth and stuff like that. Bird, Vizslas are the best. We are a red bird dog family. Vizslas really are the best. I mean, clearly I'm biased. And I will say they are not red bone coon hounds, but there is something about a red bird dog that is always gonna get you where the red fern grows. Always gonna take you to that place. I mean, there's something special about hunting dogs, and just the kind of relationship that they have with people that I don't know. I feel like it's different than you get from most other dogs, most other working dogs, because I think it's just because there's such a pairing, such a relationship that you have to do this joint activity of hunting. I think maybe some of the herding dogs are similar, but just, ordinary run-of-the-mill guard dog that needs to keep an eye out on stuff. He doesn't necessarily need to have the ability to connect with you the way that a hunting dog does. So yes, I'm biased, but I love them. They are fantastic dogs. Mike, Proctored did 5 more undocumented searches and found more taillight. Then Berkowitz found 1, 47 total after CERT only found a handful. Yeah, interesting, because CERT found 5 to 6, right? In their 55-minute search with the grid, being very thorough, the official evidence collection group of people. And then all this other stuff shows up after the fact. It's definitely sus. William Powers, Andrea, any knockouts or concussions while boxing? No, and not even close. I mean, I will happily say it's different for women. It's different, women can't hit that hard. It's not, this is just my opinion. It's not nearly as dangerous, but this is exactly why I said, I wish I had started young. Boxing, you can start as a competitive boxer. I think at 8 is the youngest age group you can see. It's honestly, I love it when you go to like a local show or something like that. They'll usually have a card, somewhere between 10 and 20 fights on the card. They start in the afternoon, they go up into the evening. And the early part of the card usually start with the younger and you get older as the day goes on. So a lot of these early fights, they'll be like little 8-year-old kids fighting each other. And it's adorable. I don't know what to tell you. It's the cutest thing ever because they got, this enormous headgear and it's like a big glorified pillow fight. They can't hurt each other. They're too small to hurt each other. And so that's the time to really develop the boxing skill and the eyes and the reflexes, because the saying goes, you spend 6 months learning how to hit, and the rest of your life learning how to not get hit. And so it is so much safer to learn how to not get hit when you're 8, because you take a lot of hits learning how to not get hit. So it's better to take those when you're 8 and small and not a lot of impact than when you're, 15, 16, in puberty, peak strength, all that type of thing. That's where boxing gets really dangerous. So yeah, I've never personally had any sort of issue like that. People have asked me, do you worry about CTE? Not really. I mean, not really. Maybe I should, but I just don't. I've read enough about it that I personally tend to think that there is likely a genetic component to it, that the genetic component likely has to do with the ApoE4 gene. ApoE4 is a gene that's connected with certain types of like degenerative brain diseases, Parkinson's, Lou Gehrig's, just some other conditions like that. Also just Alzheimer's, dementia, and then poor recovery from concussion. It's I don't know, something that part of it is fairly well understood. And my understanding is that in the CTE studies, there's a pretty strong correlation with having the ApoE4 gene. So it's just not something that we have a real medical history of in my family. So it's not something that has concerned me all that much. But, check with me in 10, 20 years and we'll see. Maybe I'll regret it. I don't know. Tara Rayner, my sister is a boxer. I can't watch her fights anymore. She is my little sister, and I was raised to watch out for my sisters. I want to jump in the ring. Yeah, my dad wouldn't watch. He would never, wasn't interested in it. My mom and my grandma actually was, she's been probably the most supportive of the entire family. Grandma's like come to the gym several times and watched us. Grandma and grandpa always thought it was really super cool. Mom is like okay with it, but not super into it. Dad, yeah, I haven't quite sold it on dad yet, but I think he might be coming around, but probably not enough to actually come watch. Fulchman, Andrea, is it inappropriate for the judge to highlight to the jury that the exhibits are a very important part of the case? Potentially, yeah, because you are commenting on the evidence. You are putting your finger on the scale and telling them this stuff matters. Is that suggesting by implication that the testimony that you're hearing does not matter? Because testimony and written exhibits, they have equal importance under the law. And so any type of instruction that is telling the jury what they need to pay attention to, or that you need to focus on this more than you need to focus on that, that's a comment on the evidence. It's not appropriate. That's for the jury to decide. And it involves too much of the judge putting their finger on the scale and inserting their own view of the evidence, which doesn't matter. So I do wonder if, maybe there's some objections going on behind the scene with that type of thing, but certainly nothing that we've seen on the record. Shy Gal 8, thanks for doing this. Love your coverage. You're smart and crack me up too. Well, thank you so much. Glad to have all you guys here. It's fun to have a nice chat and good comments. And so when we're just all absolutely dying in the middle of the afternoon, we can say, forget it, let's talk about boxing. Okay, at this point, I honestly think it's possible Lally is trying to burn time and lose jurors to have a mistrial and try again knowing the defense strategy. I've heard worse theories. I think the only complaint I have with this theory is it just sounds too competent. I think a lot of times my big complaint with sort of strategic interpretations of people's actions is that, yeah, it's assuming an awful lot of competence, and that just exceeds what I tend to expect from my own experience dealing with, government systems, bureaucrats, etc. Lally does not strike me as competent enough to have a plan like this. Just from the very beginning, from the opening, that was not the opening statement of a competent, skilled prosecuting attorney. It just wasn't. So I haven't seen enough from him to suggest to me that he honestly has the foresight to even think of this, let alone the ability to formulate a plan and how we're going to carry it out. I think it's the dump. And whether that is on purpose, I'm going to bury all the bad stuff in everything and just all of this nonsense that you have to sort through. That definitely assumes some competence on him as well. Does he really just think they need everything? He could just be so dumb. I'm just going to say it. He could be so dumb that he just thinks that's how you're supposed to do it. He doesn't have the discernment himself to be able to sort out what's important out of the important stuff, what's helpful and what's damaging, and then based on that, how to handle it. I feel like if he had these types of skills, he would have done a lot more to just limit the damaging stuff. We saw him go through witness after witness after witness getting impeached with things that we know are coming. We know they're coming. Lally, that they have the extraction reports, they have the phone records, they have all of that information. You know what's coming in, it's no secret. Because it all came in the federal grand jury stuff, and you have those same materials that everybody else does. And so he's had, again, all of this time to think about, well, what do I do with that? What's my explanation for that? How do I reconcile that with my theory of the case? And then present it in a way that takes the sting out of it. But he hasn't done any of that. Maybe he's just letting the chips fall where they may, You guys wanted this trial. This is your position that you're taking. Fine, I'm just going to throw it all out there and let the jury decide for themselves. I really don't know. I really don't know. But the explanation that I find most likely in this situation is simply incompetence. That's the one that seems to me to fit the best with the facts that we know about Mr. Lally. Lori Sawyer became a YouTube member. Thank you, Lori. Welcome. Welcome to the crew. None walks in a bar. If KR is found not guilty, could the O'Keefes file a wrongful death suit against the Alberts since he was in their yard? That's a good question. Yeah, they could. Yeah, of course they could. They could. You can't sue the government typically for wrongful death or wrongful arrest, wrongful prosecution. It's not a never situation, but just it's so incredibly difficult that you're almost never gonna clear the hurdles you have to clear to be able to file that type of prosecution because the indictment shields them. It gives them this probable cause sort of level of determination that justifies them going forward. So basically, unless you can show, some type of malicious, wrongdoing, interference with the process, tainting the process, something like that, very, very difficult to go forward. And that's also just against the state as a government entity. The Commonwealth is a government entity, not the prosecutor. The prosecutor has absolute immunity. You cannot sue Mr. Lally for any of this. But the homeowners, yeah, no reason why you couldn't. I mean, it's no different than, they don't even have to get acquitted, honestly. They could file a wrongful death lawsuit regardless because the burdens are different. The burdens of proof are different. She could be convicted. Well, that would be harder, I guess. If she's convicted, they'd be able to use that against her. So that wouldn't work. But yes, if she is acquitted, she can go file a wrongful death lawsuit against them. And all she has to prove is preponderance of the evidence that they had something to do with John's death. There would be a standing question in that situation because they weren't married. So actually maybe she couldn't file a wrongful death lawsuit because she's not the interested person who's injured by his death, but his family would be. But are they going to sue the Alberts at this point? I doubt it. I doubt it. The O'Keefes could. Yes, the O'Keefes could. That's what we're talking about. That's what your question is. They could, yes, theoretically. I just have some doubts that they would do that. I think Chief Berkowitz is sitting behind O'Keefe's. I don't know who these people are in the courtroom. I don't recognize them. I know a lot of folks recognize them, a lot of the people. I can at this point spot Paul O'Keefe and Peg O'Keefe, the mother and the son. That's all I know. I mean, that's really all I know in this courtroom. I've seen Karen Reed's dad, like photographs of him. So I think I could spot him, but I feel like I haven't seen him in the courtroom yet. He's probably there, but I think he might be sitting closer to the camera where we don't really get him in the frame very often. I'm not sure, but I don't see anybody that looks to me like Karen's dad. Everybody else I don't recognize. So if you recognize them, definitely, call them out. Let me know. It's interesting, but it's not something that I personally have knowledge of. Well, so back on Wednesday, bright and early, for more plastic, for more plastic pieces. Are we all going to be dreading this? Is this going to be like, Sunday afternoon when you can't even enjoy the rest of your weekend because you start to have that pit of dread in your gut? You know what you have to go back to in a very short period of time here. I'm glad, personally, we don't have court tomorrow because I wasn't going to be able to stream it anyway. I'm going to prison tomorrow. I have a visit scheduled, and that takes a fair amount of the day to deal with all that because you got to get there early, and then they're going to make you sit for a while. They're going to make you sit for, probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. And then you go through the whole security screening, and then they lead you out to whatever remote part of the prison you're going to have your visit in, and whatever. So it takes some time. That was going to take up all my day tomorrow. But serendipity smiled on me. We don't have court. So we get a day off to think about other things, not be thinking about plastic anymore. So we'll see. We'll see how the pieces all fit back together. I'm sure there's going to be more photographs. Surely, right? We're not just going to get this witness testimony that, yeah, trust me, bro, I swear these things fit together really well. No, that's going to be documented. I expect that to be documented. The lab so far has done much better at the documentation, even if there is a lot of stuff I would take issue with, such as, document where you swabbed, for example, just things like that. So, I don't know that today really moved the needle. I don't know that it really moved the needle. I guess they found red plastic. If that's all the jury paid attention to, they found some pieces of taillight at the scene, then yeah, that could be bad for Karen. But I think if they paid attention to the details and focused on the details, there's a lot here that just raises your eyebrows. It raises your eyebrows. The moving hair, the pieces of glass on the bumper, no blood tissue, anything like that in the undercarriage. I just don't know how you reconcile all this stuff. And then that just on top of the conditions of the area when they're doing the shoveling and recovering, you haven't ruled out to me that it's been planted. We know that's the defense theory, that they went back and planted it. Haven't seen that disproven. The time frame fits. Yeah. Especially if you're finding this stuff on fresh snow. It just doesn't really sound all that great. So, well, guys, I'll plan to be back Wednesday morning, bright and early. I think that's all we got going on right now. We had the hearing in Coburger last week. If any of you paid attention to that, I did live stream that, and I've put up a piece on my Substack since then to just kind of pull out the highlights of that one. I want to say there's similarities with this case. At the same time, it's such a different context. Definitely similarities in terms of poor evidence practices. I mean, just some absolutely terrible evidence handling. But a little bit of a different situation over there because they're not building a case. Doesn't look like the case is crumbling. The case is falling apart. And so they're in a little bit more of the stage of finger pointing and deciding, how does the other person get blamed? How does somebody else get blamed for us being where we are? Not me. The lead detective is over here not taking accountability for anything. It was just other people that told me that. That's why I put it in my search warrant affidavit. It's turning into a great big mess. But a lot of similarity in that it looks like there might be some malfeasance. I mean, can't say for sure, can't say 100% for sure, but at least one piece of testimony from that hearing from the defense's cell site expert that the detective, the Moscow Police Department detective who testified about producing a map exhibit for the grand jury, the defense expert's very clear, not physically possible to do what he said he did the way he said he did it. It's not it. It's not truthful. You can't rely on what that detective said. So that's always a little bit alarming. I guess that takes me back full circle to where I started at the beginning with honesty, and that just being part of the problem, I think, with the culture of law enforcement today is just because honesty is not a virtue in law enforcement. It's supposed to be. We're supposed to trust cops, have faith in cops, believe cops, but the problem is that they are institutionally trained to lie. I mean, and so once it becomes habitual, how do you not have that drip over into, you can lie to a suspect. How come now I can't lie in my report? How come now I can't lie and fudge the evidence? It's an awful fine line that people are expected to hold. So definitely some overlap with this case in that sense. Some real concern about the honesty of the investigators in the case. So I've had that going on, but there's nothing on the horizon with Mr. Koberger at this point in the short term. So it's all Karen Reed all the time. So that brings us to Wednesday. I'll plan to be back, guys, bright and early. Hope to see you all there. Hope to see you all in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks again for all of your support, all of your memberships, all of your fun comments, good questions, nice compliments. I enjoy those too. I'm not going to lie. I mean, come on. I don't have like no ego. So I appreciate all of you people. I'm just glad that we got a good crowd here. We got folks that are interested in seeing the facts and just letting them take us where they may. If the case is weak, we're going to call it out. If they come up with a smoking gun, with a bombshell, we're going to notice it. It's just the more time goes on, the more increasingly skeptical I am that any of that's going to come. But they'll get another chance Wednesday. So guys, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you all. Once again, thank you so much. We'll see you next time, bright and early Wednesday. Take care.